But there's another one right here. Sorry. It's working.
You think Marginal's worse than bad?
You think bad was red. Marginal more.
Okay.
You just slow down.
Yeah.
Alright, so now I just gotta find somebody to get them that link so that they can share it on Facebook.
For my license, 16 apiece for 2 years. So I got to go to classes and throughout the year. I had to get it. So I do that. I do that too.
It also depends on the priorities. Yeah, so I don't say that's what I said to you. I think that's what I said to you. If we're going to get people, then I think we can get rid of it. What if we're not going to get rid of it?
You know? Why make something harder? And it just doesn't have to. So yeah, this is gonna finish. I'd ask Stacey. Should we get
Still making tracks, you know? Paris?
How you doing? I'm good.
Where'd you find those? Oh, thank you.
Nobody told me about that.
Pull those masks out any minute. I couldn't hide your spot.
I got an amp in Monroe.
Very different seating arrangement. It is.
Hang on one second.
started, I want to ask JT to lead us in prayer, but I just want to give you, let you know who JT is. 2 years ago, JT came to Baton Rouge to get an air traffic controller. Well, JT felt that he had a burden on his heart to go to minister to at-risk kids in North Baton Rouge. So, a year and a half later, he leaves his air traffic controlling job just to work for the church in the inner city. Okay, so where we all do for us, JT's reaching out to do for others. And it's people like JT that I feel bring this country back together. So JT's going to lead some prayer this morning.
Thanks very much, Terry. Before I start, I just first want to give honor to God for allowing me to be here today. It's something that I pray all the time is, God, give me many opportunities to talk about the mysterious plans of your word, but also the mysterious plans of your son, Jesus Christ. I want to thank Terry, who is a brother to me, and also just want to thank you guys for your skill, your leadership, the tedious work that you do, and also your dedication to provide services to everybody throughout Louisiana. So I thank you guys for allowing me to be here. If you don't mind, just open up your hearts and your minds and bow your heads, and I'll lead you guys in prayer. Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for this day. Lord, we thank you for each and every individual that's underneath the sound of my voice, Father God. I pray right now in this moment that I decrease, Lord, and the Spirit of God increases in me, Father. Lord, I pray that you just continue to bless each and every person, Father God, Lord, in astonishing ways. Lord, I declare and decree, Father God, that you are protecting them from all hurt, harm, and danger. Your word says that you will cover us with your feathers, Father. Lord, and you will protect us with your wings. Your word says your faithful promises is our armor and our protection, Father. Lord, so I pray right now, Lord, at this meeting, Father God, Lord, of the State Board, Father God, Lord, of Plumbing Association, Father God, Lord, that you are smiling down upon us right now. Lord, that you're being gracious to each and every one of them, Lord. I declare and decree, Father God, Lord, that you continue, Lord, to give them your undeserved favor, Father God, with God and with all people. And Lord, that you bless them, Lord, and give them a peace of God that surpasses all understanding. Lord, you say when 2 or 3 are gathered together, your presence is here. When 2 agree with anything on this earth, that your Father in heaven would do it. Lord, you say we can pray for anything, and if we believe that we have already received it, Father, Lord, it shall be ours. So I pray nothing but financial breakthrough and blessings, Lord, that they lead with integrity, Father God. Lord, they lead, be men and women of value, men and women of faith, Father God. Lord, and everything that they do, Lord, they do it as if they're working for you and not for man. So, Father God, continue to bless them. Lord, do what only you can do. Stretch out your hands with healing power and do miraculous signs and wonders over each and every individual. In the name of your holy servant, Jesus Christ. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Thank you, God.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Terry Smith.
Present.
Kelly Craft.
Present.
Ricky Cabra. Carl Bourgeois.
Present.
Mary Byland.
Present.
Gerald LaFleur. Trey Biglia.
Present.
Jonathan Fozzie.
Present.
And Johnny Marquez.
Present. Presentation.
Yes, we have Miss Sandra Robbins with Hancock Whitney Bank. What Miss Robbins is here to do today is just kind of go over our fiduciary responsibilities and some options for the board. Miss Sandra, if you would like to address the board.
Okay, so do I go right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please.
a little bit busy. And following Mr. Terry's prayer, I don't know, I think I kind of have a tough job this morning. That was certainly inspirational. So I'm actually with Hancock Whitney Investments. We are a subsidiary of the bank, and what we have done in the past for you guys is try to keep you within FDIC insured limits on your deposits. So with that being said, obviously deposits that are assets or deposits of the bank are covered under FDIC insurance up to $250,000. Once you go above the $250,000, certainly those deposits can stay there on the bank, but they do fall outside of the FDIC coverage. So with boards or foundations or institutions that require FDIC insurance for deposits, a lot of times what they'll do is send you over to the investment side, which is what I represent. We actually open a brokerage account, which you guys have, and then within that brokerage account, we go out and purchase certificate of deposits from banks across the country, making sure that within each of those banks that we purchase certificates for, we don't go over the $250,000 limit. So what that does for you guys, it maintains the safety and security of those deposits, and it allows you to hold those assets basically in one account, and again, maintain the FDIC insurance coverage. That has worked well for us up until recently when we've seen a huge decline in interest rates. You guys currently have 2 certificate of deposits that are held inside the brokerage account, one that was recently renewed and one that is scheduled to come due in November of this year. The certificate of deposit scheduled to come due in November is roughly $157,000, and that rate is 1.65%. Okay? But to give you an example of what we're talking about with regard to the drop in interest rates, we recently renewed the CD that came due. We put it in for 6 months. It comes due December 18th of 2020. That rate is 0.15. So we fully expect in November, you know, when we come off the 1.65% rate on the other certificate, that we're going to continue to see interest rates in that range. So while FDIC insurance is covered under that, it's certainly not giving you too much bang for your buck, so to speak. So in speaking with Harley and Ashley, you know, my question was, as a board, and are you guys truly confined under some policy limitations or investment policy statements? Are you confined to assets that fall under FDIC insurance? Or are you just looking for safety and security of those deposits? Does anybody know the answer to that question?
We since have determined that part of this was annuities. You know, you can get a little bit, you know, more over a long period of time than the CDs, but it does need to be FDIC insured. So Ms. Sandra's here to talk to you guys, because as you see, we're going to be moving some money into savings. Well, in turn, that money is over $250,000. We needed to know where we were going. Were we going annuity? Were we going with several CDs to ensure that that money is protected? And we now know that you know, and we cannot do an annuity. It must be the FDIC.
So it has to be FDIC, or can it be government securities backed by the federal government? I mean, do you have the written bylaws of what that is that we could possibly review for you?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay.
The DOA does have a set a rule on what you can do with that money.
Well, maybe I could get a copy of that for you, and then we could kind of see, you know, what other options may be available. It might be something that we can look at through our trust department, where, you know, we do some government-backed securities or things like that. Technically, if the language says FDIC, you know, we just have to be careful with that. But having that document to truly review the language in our legal area, we might be able to provide some more options for you.
I know that the annuity is an issue. The reason that DOA is saying it's an issue because with public funds, you can't tie it up for that long of a period. There's a rule regarding no more than I think it's 12 months at a time that you can. An annuity was generally, I think,
the shortest would be 3.
3 years, yes.
So that's
And
kind
the
of the
sweet
whole.
spot for rate is like 5.
Right.
Okay.
So, I mean.
So I didn't realize that you had limitations on not more than 12 months out.
Yes.
I know at some point we talked about the 18-month certificates because we were kind of laddering those so that every 6 months something would come due. So I wasn't aware that 12 months was your duration.
We were not aware of that either. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's something that we're gonna have to look into. Now, we'll send you the bylaws and we'll kind of see if there is something else that we can do that's within our limitations.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Dave Oakland, the CPA. So I've done some work for the medical board, and what we did was, through treasury management, we had all the CDs at Capital One, and treasury management, like you said, was backing that with Ginnie Mae's and Fannie Mae's. So I think that's how you can get around having it all in one bank.
Mhm.
So we talked about this before, so she's gonna look into
Yeah,
that.
before the meeting, we had a chance to speak. That would actually be handled through the trust department, but the first thing they're gonna want is a copy of that document, which spells out exactly what you can do. And I don't want to be jumping ahead, but I know one of the things that we had noted is that there's a pretty large balance in your checking account. Okay, and this is not to send off a signal of alarm or whatever, and you guys probably already know this, but whenever we at the bank see fraudulent activity, it almost always involves the checking account. Just because it's an operations account, you typically have money coming in and money going out, so it just puts that account at more risk than a savings account or something along those lines. So I think part of what you guys are gonna talk about today is at least getting some of that money out of the checking account to start and have it in a savings account. But again, depending on what those bylaws say, if you are required for that to be FDIC insured, if you have it in checking, you have it in savings, and it's actually an asset deposit of Whitney Bank, then you've exceeded the limit for FDIC insured coverage. And I think one of the things that I wanted to do today, and speaking with Harley and Ashley, I think in the past, I don't know if the communication with Whitney, has really been there. So I'm grateful that you guys allowed me to come today, and hopefully moving forward, in making this connection and understanding truly what your goals and objectives are with the money, what your needs are, what your constraints are. We can kind of develop that liaison where I'll be able to help you make sure that we're following the guidelines, but also make sure that we're tapping into every bit of potential as far as interest rate, interest earnings that we can. We will cycle out of this. Hopefully it won't always be a 0.15 on a 6-month certificate. It's really tough to deal with. And it's having conversations like I'm going to be having again with you guys in December when you come off of a 1.65 and you slide into the 0.15, 0.20. So hopefully we'll be able to look at some additional solutions, just kind of depending on what your constraints are within your investment philosophy from the statement that you guys have in place. Any questions for me at this point or anything? I'm going to have to do my homework after I receive the document, but is there anything today that I can answer for you?
Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Well, thanks for having
Thank
me.
you.
I'm going to slip on
Yes.
out. All
No
right.
problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Nothing on application for reason for Okay, Michael Robinson, restricted license appeal. Morning, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning. How y'all doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm great.
Okay, guys, this is Mr. Michael Robinson. He has requested to appeal his case before the board. On November 14, 2019, our staff member, Ashley Com, received 8 brown envelopes. Each of these envelopes were addressed to each of the board members. It was a request to investigate the restricted part of his license, the restricted part, in which case the board had asked the staff to
look into his file to determine his restriction. Mr. Robinson was cited for working outside of his designated area on November 2nd, 2019. Mr. Robinson also stated that he was cited 25 years ago for the same thing and was called before the board. In 2019, the certificates, the margin on, and we did not know this until he brought it to light. In 2019, the margins on the bottom of your certificate were somehow shortened, and it did not include the area in which you were restricted to. Now, the certificate and license still had the R as restricted, but it did not show the area. I can only assume that that was interpreted that you assumed that you did not know which areas you were restricted to, which I can let Mr. Robinson speak on. I will say that I think the main issue is that Mr. Robinson believes that he was should not be restricted. And that he took the master's exam. So I did some investigation. I pulled his file. He is true. He is saying that in 1992 he was not issued a restricted license. That is true. In 1992, what he did was, I have the document where he signed saying Bossier City and Caddo were two areas where he was licensed in. He basically, what the signature says, and I have copies, is that he will not take the master's exam. It was Caddo Parish first. The grandfather period ended, and he came back before the board. I think there was some argument between yourself and the board regarding adding Bossier after this grandfather period. Ultimately, the board moved to add Bossier. What I did find is you are correct. He was not issued a restricted license. That is because he renewed as an inactive master. Okay, he did take the journeyman exam. An inactive master makes you a journeyman. He had taken the journeyman exam, which means that he was not restricted. That was not a restricted license because he had inactivated the master part of his portion of his license. When he went active, when he opened his company and went active, that is when that restriction came back up because now he is an active master. I do have, and Mr. Robinson, I'm going to let you speak, but I am going to provide your application and document to the board for them to review. This is his original application. What his application states is Mr. Robinson signing, swearing that he is not taking the exam. This is his note on here. These are the permits and inspection forms, the licenses, the city licenses.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You're saying when I refused to take an exam?
I didn't say that you refused to take the exam. What I'm saying is that you turned in an affidavit you were stating that you did not want to take the exam.
I had already taken the exam. I passed it in 91.
Your journeyman exam.
No, my master.
We have no record of.
Well, I took it in 91 twice. I've got a license with my issue from the state of Louisiana originally from 91 when I took the test and passed it.
So,
and I was inactive, but that's what the state says, inactive.
Okay. Do you have something from the state plumbing board that says you took the exam, or was it a city exam?
It was state.
Okay.
And the state of Louisiana, y'all's plumbing thing won't let you, and I agree with it, when you work for someone else under your journeyman license, you can't maintain an active. You can only be one. So I worked as a journeyman up until I went into business.
So,
go ahead.
So this is a certificate that states that you were inactive. It does not say restricted again.
I mean, read it. State of Louisiana is my master plumbing license. That is the license.
This is your certificate.
Right.
I'm not by any means. I'm going to let.
That's all they issue you. I mean, that's the deal.
Right.
Now you get a card.
But this does not certify that you took the exam. What this does, this.
Would they have issued me that had I not taken the exam?
Yes, sir. You actually signed for it right here.
No, what I signed for was because I was working on my journeyman license, and I read that to be that where I was working at under my journeyman license. I wasn't working under my master's license.
I just want to show you
Okay.
the document, and what this document is your application, and this document is stating that you are not taking the master's exam if you attach sufficient documentation of business transactions, at which time you sign this document.
I wouldn't be.
What date was that?
This was dated 1990, the 19th day of December 1990. But you're more than welcome to state your case. I just want to show you your application.
I mean, I took the test twice. It took me 2 times to take it. First time I didn't pass it, the second time I did it. I wish it license.
We have that record, but it's for a journeyman.
Man, that's 20, what was that, 30 years ago? I do not have a copy of that.
I can give you a copy of your journeyman exam, not your exam, but a screenshot of where you passed your journeyman exam. But there is no record of, and like I said, this document is swearing to, not
So what
to.
is my document that I've got issued up to state?
What was the journeyman exam taken?
I took the journeyman in 86, I believe it was, wasn't it?
I have it as journeyman.
85, 86. I started in 1982, local 141.
So, if I could speak for a minute.
1985.
I reviewed Mr. Robinson's case because I'm, of course, from his region of the state. And I can attest, Mr. Robinson has been in business a long time and has a good reputation of doing work in our region. But I reviewed very carefully all of the documents that were submitted to us in our packet about a month ago, and we all got it on our meeting packet. And basically, what I found is Mr. Robinson's initial master license was restricted solely to Caddo Parish, whether it was by error or what have you. So he appeared before the board in the mid-90s requesting to add Bossier Parish. He had the recommendation of the chief inspector of the city of Bossier City, documents where he had done work in Bossier City prior to the grandfather period, so on and so forth. So the board voted at that time in the mid-90s to allow him to add the restricted region of Bossier to his license. So now, in the mid-90s, he had a restricted license for Caddo and Bossier. Mr. Robinson got cited, whenever this citation was issued, because he was doing work in a neighboring parish of DeSoto Parish, which, is more of a rural parish that is not on his restricted license. He did pull a permit for that job. They granted him a permit for that job because the master license that was restricted, there was a margin issue and no restricted parishes were issued on it. And Ashley's correct on that. I know several restricted masters who the region restrictions were left off the licensure that year. What year was that, 2018? 2019. So, my opinion is it was an honest mistake that he made going to DeSoto Parish. He pulled a permit on the job, and they granted him a permit based on a clerical error of the license that we issued. However, talking with Ashley, there's no evidence that we can find where he ever passed the master's exam to give him an unrestricted license. So I do think that it would be questionable or dangerous for us to set a precedence of granting an unrestricted master license when we have no evidence that he passed the exam. But my recommendation, based on what I reviewed, would be he's paid his $500 fine, would be to refund the $500 fine that he got cited and remove the citation, because it does appear to be an honest mistake on that part, and perhaps waive the examination fee for Mr. Robinson to take his master license if he wanted to come down here and take it.
Do y'all have record of, I think, if I remember correctly, back in 1991 when the test was given, it was a Southern Building Code test that was given through the state. And they went around different parishes and gave a test, and I think that's where probably the error is coming in. Because I took the state test that was given at that time. I took it twice. And I think that's probably, I don't know what the records ended up getting mixed up in, but it was under the Southern Building Code back in 1991.
I know they did that at the parish level, so like they would come to Shreveport and they would give the test, but I think that was just still granting the master license for the region, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, state never.
Well, y'all, I mean, didn't, the state took over the entity of the aspect of the plumbing stuff totally different back in what, 92, 94? 92. See, that was before all that was taken over by the state. So when the state come in and took it over, I was already tested in 91. The state took it over in 92.
You were tested as a region. Look, when I originally took my test, my state test, I was licensed to do work in Baton Rouge. And my dad was the same way. So when it came time for the state, I had to go take the state exam to be approved for the state. My dad never did. He stayed a restricted license. So that's the way it, that's the way it is.
But I could come to that.
I don't care what the certificate ever said. He knew he was restricted to Baton Rouge, and that's just.
That was never my intent. My intent was to be licensed with the state of Louisiana, just like it was with my German license. But I can take my German license and come to Baton Rouge and go to work.
So, Chair, I've looked at the file, I reviewed it before the meeting, and I will tell you that there is a lawful affidavit in the file that is dated 1990 and is notarized, where Mr. Robinson indicated that it was his intent not to take the master plumber license exam given by the Plumbing Board of the state of Louisiana. Consistent with that, he was given a restricted license and then an inactive license for the period that he worked as a journeyman. The files have been reviewed. There is no indication that he's ever taken a state plumbing board exam. The other thing I would point out for the committee members, for the board members who are unaware, this almost identical issue came before this board in 1996, and Mr. Robinson made the exact same arguments in 1996. And at that time, that board, reviewing the evidence even closer in time to this, concluded the same thing, that although he may have taken an exam, it definitely was not the Louisiana State Plumbing Board Master Plumbing exam, and that he's free to take it, but that we can't give credit to a regional exam or a citywide exam. So I think unfortunately, while he may have thought that exam covered and granted him an unrestricted license, it did not, and it never has been that intent. I do agree with Trey that I think you guys ought to strongly consider the fact that if his license did not have the restriction on it, that perhaps this might be an occasion for leniency in terms of the citation.
Guys, we heard Trey's motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second. I got a question. I question why have him take the exam at no cost. The rest of it I'm fine with, but
I'll retract that. I'll change my motion just to refund the $500 fee that Mr. Robinson's paid and remove the citation from his record due to the fact that it was partially caused by a clerical error of the issuing of the license.
so if you need a second on that.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, and we encourage you to take your master's.
So I've been in business 26 years, been doing this for 40 years. Can you explain to me what's the difference of plumbing in Bossier, Shreveport, Logansport? What, is there a difference in the plumbing aspect? What's beneficial to have a restricted part put on there? What does it, who does it benefit? It doesn't benefit me. It doesn't benefit the state.
So I just want to kind of expand on the reason the law was set that way. A long time ago, the cities, the municipalities had authority over their own cities. So
Right.
yes, plumbing was different in different cities. So this is not a board decision, this was a legislative decision. So when this bill came through and said, we now want master plumbers, what they stated was that the board will now construct an exam based upon the plumbing code in whole, not based upon city ordinances, right? But the state also provides a grandfather period that says, hey, you passed your exams in your city. If you don't wanna do, if that's all you wanna do, we will give, you have the right to do that. We will give you a restricted license, no exam necessary. However, because of this new law change, if you want to plumb, because codes are changing, they're becoming one. If you want to plumb across the state of Louisiana, you must take this test, this exam, that covers all of the
So
code.
my journeyman license that I still have, correct?
Yes.
That covers the state of Louisiana, correct?
It,
So I could come down here to Baton Rouge and go to work for anybody that would hire me, right?
yes, sir, that is correct.
What's the difference?
Because they're statewide master plumber,
That's right.
and you're restricted master
But
plumber.
then you're under a master plumber's direction that has the authority for the state.
Before the state took over, you had areas of the state that had nothing. So what this did, this gave the rural areas to follow the same rules as the rest of the state. Look, we can't just say, because we'd have everybody with restricted license coming here saying, hey, look, I disagree, you got this one guy, he came in here, complained, and y'all removed his restriction, I want the same treatment. Everybody knew the rules, that once they transitioned, if you wanted a state license, because I had the same rule, you gotta go take the state exam.
Well, that was the state exam that I took in '91. I mean, just say it is. That's what the state was giving. It was the only, test available in '91 to be taken, was the one that I took.
Where did you take the exam?
I took it twice. I took it once in Shreveport, and I think I took it once in Alexandria.
That's not a state exam.
That's not a state
The state exam was never given in those areas.
They were given in New Orleans and they were given here.
And it may, I don't know, it may have been New Orleans one. I really don't, that's been a
Pretty good mile difference.
Well, I don't, that's 30 years. I don't remember 30 years ago. I don't even remember who took the test. I do remember I took it.
On Mr. Robinson's behalf, he is very competent. He has ran a business for over 23 years, and I have full faith that Mr. Robinson, with 23 years of experience, can come in and pass that exam.
And it's not about, really, it's not even about, I mean, area-wise, it's not about working and stuff. It's just about it's wrong. Because I work in Kettle Parish and Moser Parish. I got more customers than I can take care of. I make plenty of money. It's not a money issue. I don't even need money right now. I mean, everybody needs money, but it's just a principle thing. I mean, you sit here, on one hand, you get out and bust your butt to get this stuff done. I know in '91 what I took, and I took what was available for testing at that time. And wherever it was taken at, I don't remember exactly where it was taken at, okay? That's been 30-something years ago.
So, Mr. Robinson, I think what we're telling you is we're very empathetic.
I know what you're telling me. You're telling me you're not gonna give me money.
But the dilemma is you can't violate state law. This board cannot act to violate state law.
I just think it needs to be addressed differently, okay? But thank y'all for y'all's time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Give me the call.
I do want to note that number B, C, and D, Matt Barnado, Gabriel Perry, and Sean Fruge. I think Matt is to come before the board on all of their behalves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Matt, for being here. We appreciate it so much.
All right.
Okay, if you give me 1 second. Let's see, on November 6, 2019, our enforcement officer, Mr. Stephen Campbell, was instructed to investigate Ruzanne subdivision off of Perkins Road in Baton Rouge for unlicensed plumbers doing work at a new residence under construction. Mr. Campbell observed the above location with 2 individuals in the process of installing plumbing fixtures in the home under construction. Mr. Campbell identified himself and inquired if either of the gentlemen were licensed plumbers. Mr. Gabriel Perry and Sean Fruge stated that they were not licensed because the license process took too long and they already knew how to do plumbing work as they have been doing it for a long time. Both gentlemen advised that they were employees of Leonard's, is that correct? Leonard's Plumbing. Mr. Campbell asked them to call their boss and let him know that he was at the job site and that they could not continue to work until there was someone licensed on the job. Mr. Matt Barnado contacted Stephen Campbell and advised that good plumbers were hard to find and and then keep employed, so they use competent people when they can find them. They were cited, Mr. Varnado was cited for use of unlicensed personnel ×2, so that's a total of $1,000. And Mr. Perry and Mr. Frugier were cited for journeyman work without a license, which were $500 apiece. Matt did send in a letter to our board to address it. Number one, he asked to speak on behalf of his employees. And number two, he states that he is in no way contesting the findings or the point of view from the inspectors. He admires the trade and the laws that are in place and believes the laws truly protect our industry. He states further that he clearly had some infractions and have immediately corrected to better himself and his employees. He is here today to seek leniency, as this is his first violation for his company, and that he is honestly doing the best that he can to stay within the bounds of the law.
That's all me. You have something for me, or?
I just, look, in full disclosure, I've known Matt for a long time. He's a great guy, small company. He called me and I said, Matt, I recommend you come before the board and ask for leniency. And that's why he's here. Look, Matt works at one truck shop most of the time, correct?
Yeah, when I can find three trucks at the absolute most, if I can have 3 licensed plumbers, but it's, anyway.
So anyway, Matt's not denying anything. He was just asking for some leniency. And he, like I said, in full disclosure, I've known Matt a long time, but I admire him. He's an honorable guy.
Oh, thank you, Terry. And yeah, that's right. I'm not here to contest the findings. I do have some questions as far as clarity goes, because there is another violation that I believe Ashley Cohn actually told me to bring it up while I was here. I don't think it was part of the agenda, but we can get that in a second. But the so the little backstory on my company, I am a 3rd generation plumbing company. We've been in business, it'll be 50 years next year. And in my records, this is my first violation, or our company's first violation before the board. What had happened in this instance is I do work on a truck with my guys most of the time. If I don't have a licensed plumber that's there, I am the licensed plumber that's working on that job. And it's hard to run a business when you have a customer that's half a mile away that calls and says, hey, that tankless water heater you guys installed yesterday is not working. And so that's what happened in this particular instance in the Rougeant subdivision, is I had to tell my guys, look, y'all just keep working. The mistake I made is I didn't clarify to them what they could and could not do while I was not there. And you're right, they're in the apprenticeship program that I've been paying for. And so I left perfectly competent people on the job to get the job done. I was returning to the job to also inspect and make sure that what they had done was in accordance to the code and everything else. But it's tough for me, because I'm caught between a rock and a hard place when I get a customer that calls and says, I got a tankless water heater, it's not working, and I'm warranting that product, so I've got to go. But it's not feasible for me and 2 other guys to hop in a truck and then I'm paying them to just sit in a truck. And so anyway, I know that's not necessarily any of y'all's problems. That's my problem, but that's why I'm asking for some leniency. I guess what I also wanted to let the board know, and I don't know if y'all even realize, but I've actually got, it's 11 cases, 11 times an inspector has showed up on my job from September 25th to the last time was March 13th. And in those 11 times, there was 2 times that we did not have a licensed personnel on site. And so when a phone call was made that Leonard's Plumbing was doing work without a license, it appeared that maybe an inspector was continuing to try to figure that out. And whether that's the case or not, it's irrelevant. But what I'm saying is out of 11 times, I mean, a large majority of the time, you're not ever going to come to one of my jobs without a licensed person on site. The other one that's not part of this agenda that I guess I wanted to get some clarity on was, and I've got the case number here, or it's 10192. I don't know if that does anything for you, but so I had a couple of guys, we were all working together, and I had to go pick up a fitting to connect a gas light. I told the guys, look, y'all go ahead and head to the job secure the light to the exterior, the bracket that holds the light to the exterior of the home. When I get there with the fitting to connect the light, we can proceed. And they did that, and the inspector showed up on the job, and they were connecting the light. I know the law. I actually have a huge respect for the laws. I actually talk in schools all the time trying to recruit young people to come to this industry, and one of the things that I tell them is we're very protected by laws that keep our industry pure, and I like that. But I genuinely did not think that those guys were doing plumbing work. I kind of feel, in my opinion, that anybody could just secure a bracket to a wall. They did not hook the gas up. They couldn't have hooked the gas up because I had the fitting to do so. And the clarity that I need also comes from there are gas light manufacturers in New Orleans that will custom make a gas light for a home, and they will install, as long as I've got a shut-off valve in the attic and a flare fitting sticking out of the wall, they will install the light. And so,
Can you, I think, you probably dealt with Ashley in enforcement. So
That's right.
What were you cited for?
it's that particular one that says, observed working on a gas light on an outside gas lamp, did not have a license as required.
So you were cited for natural gas work, is that what the citation states?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I think ultimately what we need to do, Matt, is allow the board to move on the case that you appealed.
Okay, that's fine.
And to answer your question, I'd have to look at the case, but I can tell you that anything from the gas cock to the appliance, as far as natural gas, that is what we're discussing, right? Natural gas. Anything from the shut-off valve to the appliance does not require a license. So that is in law. That should clarify any question that you have. I'd have to see the actual citation to know.
Okay, and I do have a copy here if you need it.
I'm sure that we
you
have
do.
it. I know that we do, but that way I can look at it and clarify and look at the actual case.
And so that was my question, because on a lot of these jobs, we provide the gas cock and an appliance company will install the range cooktop or something like that. And I have been told that these people are certified by whatever manufacturer it is. And so they're qualified to make that connection as long as I have a shut-off valve.
Yes.
And in this situation, this gas light, like every gas light according to state plumbing code, we've got to have a shut-off valve and a regulator. All of that had been done long before the day that the citation was issued. And so even if my guy was hooking up, you're right, I didn't think that what he was doing was against code, so.
And this is what we have the appeal process for.
Right,
We put our great enforcement officers in this place because they know how to handle situations, and they're not plumbers and gas fitters, so they may have misconstrued. I'd have to look at the case and see.
Okay.
So that's definitely, have you already paid the citation?
No, I was actually told by Ashley Collin not to, and to bring it up here, and then we can, and I said, I'll just write one check, whatever it is, just do it all.
We can't move on that citation,
Okay.
yet, but yes, we'll definitely know, let me look at the case, and then we can make a movement on that. But to
Sounds
answer
good.
your question, as far as the law, the law states that if you are altering, repairing, maintaining that natural gas line, you require a license. Anything from the gas cock, the shut-off valve, to the appliance, including the appliance, repair, connection, disconnection, does not require a license.
Yeah.
Is that clarified? I'm sorry?
Right, yeah, it wasn't.
Propane.
Yeah, propane is not.
You have to have a license from Louisiana Petroleum Gas Company.
So I have a couple of questions for you. One, what was the status of the two guys on the job? Were they in an apprenticeship program? Is that what you
Yes.
said?
That's
And they
correct.
were at the time they were on the job, or they registered after this?
No, they were
An apprenticeship
have been for quite some time, and that's a point that I was gonna make too. So part of the reason, and I'll tell you how I operate is when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't have a problem admitting fault, and I don't have a problem paying a fine. I think whenever the enforcement officer was asking me, what am I gonna do to fix it? He kept saying, Matt, you haven't told me yet what you're gonna do to fix it. And so I guess what I wanted to let the board know is, let me explain to you what we've tried to, I've got guys in the apprenticeship program. I've actually, the number here, I'm sorry, all thing in this face recognition and working with the mask on. we have paid $7,469 towards apprenticeship programs from 2017 to 2019. Out of that money that we've paid through the apprenticeship programs, you know that 0 of those people currently work for me. And one of the decisions that I made at my company, as a result of one of these fines, is I let one of these guys go in the apprenticeship program, and I had the opportunity to hire a licensed person in his place. That licensed person doesn't work for me anymore because he was not even remotely qualified in comparison to the guy that I had in the apprenticeship program. This is a guy, and that's what I wanted to let the board know as well, that just because someone has a license doesn't necessarily make them qualified to do everything in the trade. I'm sure you'll- A resounding amen.
So, my other question was for is Officer Campbell here? Was his statement accurate? His jobs are typically in compliance? Was that an accurate statement that he made?
Yeah, there are some more cases pending, but I think 1 or maybe 2. I don't know. There's at least 1 that I know of, and he has been inspected a number of times because he operates in the Baton Rouge area, the Troop A Baton Rouge area. So yes, I have encountered a number of his locations, and most of the time, there's no compliance problems.
I do have a question real quick before we finish. I know I'm trying to hurry. So your 2 apprentices, that was not noted. Did they present, they have their apprenticeship card with the state plumbing board?
They should. Now, whether or not they have it on their person, I don't.
Now, that is a legal requirement. So a couple of things we know, right? That's wonderful that you know, out of however many times, it's only maybe twice. That's wonderful, but you know that the board has a legal obligation of the law, right? So we violate the law, you know, you're here to ask for leniency. My second thing is that if you have apprentices, they need to specify that. You know, are you a plumber? They're saying, no, we're not licensed, we know what we're doing. They never once did they disclose that they were in any type of program, which kind of changes how an enforcement officer may handle a situation.
Right. Well, and I thought, and not to cut you off, but I thought that my conversation in Roseanne, with the one that we're contesting here, was that my conversation with Mr. Steve was that the guy told him he was in the apprenticeship. And I think you were able to look that up, maybe? I don't know. Because I know
I am able to look it up, and we did.
Okay, yeah, and I was about to say.
Now stop. And he wasn't in the apprentice program.
He wasn't.
He was not.
Yeah, that's my thing. You know, if he's in the apprentice program, that's great, but he still needs to register with us. Hold on, guys.
Now, I do know that one of the guys in the citation has been, and I've put in the PHCC can actually account for how many semesters I've put through the apprenticeship program. One of them dropped out because he was told that there was a loophole of some sort about grandfathering with the hours, and so he was fed up with having to go to school.
So that's not a loophole. That's a law that's been in place. If you have 8,000 hours or 5 years experience, you know, the board allows you to prove that time by W-2s, or that is not a loophole. That is for our guys that have been out in the field working, who have the time, who are not having to sit in the corner going through school because they have it. So not a loophole, but yes.
Well, so this guy was under the impression that, because he's applied to take the test while working for me, I think he said he applied 3 different times. And out of the 3 different times, and he's got the 8,000 hours, I think he's got 6,000 with just me, and he worked for another company 3 years before me. And he was told that he did not have the required apprenticeship hours.
No, sir. I'd be happy, Mr. Matt. I'm not trying to, you and I, this is a situation you and I need to look at. It's not for the board to move on today. But I am more than happy to look at the application. We keep documents of anything that's sent back. It says exactly what, so if that's what he was told, it will be in that letter, I assure you. Secondly, all I ask is that if they are in the apprenticeship program, to please register with our board and to please say so because they are a registered apprentice. They are part of our industry.
Right.
That they make that known.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Just a couple other quick points on just what am I going to do. and what I have done. So I've got 2 licensed plumbers working right now, myself and one more. In the last 3 years, I've had 6 licensed plumbers work at my company. One of them didn't work out because, like I said, the replacement for this guy that he just didn't know anything, and that's a whole nother story that is none of y'all's concern. The other 5 are currently in business for themselves as a journeyman plumber. Well, I say that, I'm correct, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. 2 of them have master plumber license and are legitimately in business for themselves, registered with the Secretary of State, and appear to be paying all their insurances and taxes and everything as legitimate businesses. Out of those 5, 3 of them are operating a business with just a journeyman license, and one of which will call the supply house from time to time, and I'm not kidding you, once a month, and try to order materials under my account to send to the job. I've actually called the board to try to report this a few times. All of that to say, it's hard for us as small business owners to find licensed plumbers because there's no incentive to come work at my company when you can go work as a journeyman by yourself and do remodels. And most of what they do is completely under the radar. They hire guys for cash. They don't pay workers' comp. There's a whole industry out there. And I actually have an insurance friend of mine, and he told me some numbers in 2019 that $21 million of claims in the state of Louisiana was kicked back to homeowners. This plumbing-related claims were kicked back to homeowners policies due to lack of insurance on the mechanic. Now, there's some gray area because that may have been a licensed guy that just didn't have insurance. That may have been a moonlighter who had no license, or that might have been a homeowner just trying to hook up a filtration system under the kitchen sink and flood its house. Regardless, $21 million in the state of Louisiana in 2019 was kicked back towards homeowners because of an uninsured personnel. So I think the board and our enforcement officers, and I'm not saying you aren't doing a great job, but I think the enforcement officers, I think we really need to find a way to target some of this other industry that's behind the scenes. And I do take it personally, because I run a legitimate business. I pay all of my taxes and insurances and everything, but I find it feels like a personal attack to me whenever I'm trying to do everything and I'm caught in a situation where I'm really just, like I said, between a rock and a hard place.
Well, man, I encourage you to take a picture of their license plate on the truck and send it to Ashley. She'll get one. Because I do it all. Okay, because I mean, I do that all the time.
And we agree with you, Matt.
Yeah, we preach to the
understand
choir.
that we have a legal obligation to enforce all of the rules on the same level.
That's right.
Not one over the other, which is why we're here today. So
The problem is my truck has a big old logo on the side of it, where these guys are, they're under the radar. So anyway, and then my final thing in this is, it's just overall in the last 15 to 20 years in this industry, what I've seen is it's just becoming increasingly harder to get a license. The apprenticeship program, I've got 2 17-year-olds working for me right now. It's just summer help. They're in high school. They're genuinely interested in this trade. They do not want to go through a 4-year apprenticeship program.
Just to close up, because I think we're getting off, we need to move on your violation. This is a whole thing, Matt, that we want to invite you to participate, because what you're saying is what we're all saying right now. So I definitely encourage you to have that conversation with us.
I would love to.
Yes, please, and
We're
the way that
working
you
on
do
that.
that, the way that you do that is that you come to our board meetings. We have this conversation every board meeting. And what you're telling me is that your apprenticeship guy has more knowledge than the guy that's already licensed. So do you see, but you're saying they don't want to do, so do you see why we continue to have this conversation? So I want to encourage you to please be involved. We want to not see the same people every board meeting. We want you here. You
Well, and I
are
was under
making
the
these decisions.
impression that that's what this was, like, that's what.
No,
the
you are
actual
here
told
to
me.
appeal your citation.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But you've done an excellent job.
Yes.
Well, well, yeah, well, if that's the case, there's
You got 2-year training, you know, you get 2 years, then get a trade license.
Right.
One for a master plumber, so run your truck.
So what's the current total of this legal?
Okay, so he was cited for use of unlicensed personnel, which is a total of $1,000. So it's a total of $2,000, himself and both of his gentlemen.
All right, guys, we all know what Matt's here for, ask for some leniency. Do I have a motion or?
I'll make a motion, we cut it in half. First violation, so forth. I don't know what some of the other things that may be coming later or what have you, but I certainly support cutting it in half.
Second.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Matt,
Thank you, Matt.
if you want to give me a call on Monday, and we can go over all your citations, and
Absolutely.
we can put you on the agenda for August, and you can come and publicly discuss any apprenticeship issues along with everybody else.
Can I just come by with whatever I have and compare with whatever you have? And
Yes, I will be here in office Monday.
Sometimes that's easier than a phone
Yes,
call, so.
I'm here, no problem.
Okay?
Thank you, Matt.
Good deal. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank y'all.
Okay, Brandon Carmody?
Okay, I think that we are looking at E, F, and G, similar situation. They are not here, and we would like to recommend to the board that we allow them to move their date to the August board meeting.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we accept the recommendation.
I'll second that motion. All in favor? Any opposed? So moved.
Here.
Pierre Thibodeau?
Mr. Spears? Sorry about that.
Morning. Here. How y'all doing?
Good.
Okay, on April 17th, 2020, our enforcement officer, Mr. William Easterling, was conducting an internet search for plumbing advertisement. Easterling at the time came across A&W Plumbing Incorporated website. Mr. Pierre Thibodeau is the licensed master plumber for that website. He was cited for no L&P on website, and he is here to appeal. His appeal note that just states that he is requesting to be put on the agenda to appeal a fine he received for an internet advertisement.
Was the violation, was it for the website, or was it just for a particular, was it, was he found his name on Google, or the company on Google, or?
I did, that was my question, because guys, we're starting to see this, right? We're enforcing, the law states that, you know, we are in, to enforce any type of advertisement that the public can visibly see. What we're seeing is that, you know, that law does not specify whether or not that's on the home page, whether or not that's on a picture, whatever the case may be. I did some research. Now, he's appealing. The fine was already cited by the time that I saw the appeal. I did some research. He does have a picture of his vehicle, and his vehicle has and Mr. Pierre, in a moment, there may be a spot that I'm not aware of, but I do see a picture of his vehicle. He does have an emblem on the side of his vehicle. It is very hard to make out, but the L&P number is there.
Well, at the bottom of his website, this is his L&P number. I scrolled down at the bottom of it, I took a picture of it, it's there. And that's what I wanted to say is, you know, we need to be, and Trey and Carl, we can all justify that, you know, Google and all these other, they grab our basic information, and we do need to focus on the website. So I went through Pierre's website and I found his L&P number at the bottom of it, so I'm confused, I guess.
Well, you have a few things that take place, and I'm, by all means, this is not towards you, Mr. Pierre, but you have a few things that happen that we have caught. They have said, my L&P, we've taken a screenshot, and then they come back and say, my L&P number is there. Well, it's because they've added it after the citation is issued. we have that issue. And then secondly, again, you know, what you see on your phone and what someone sees on the computer, I think that we just need to do a better job in making sure that we are literally looking at everything, to make sure before we write that citation. But a lot of times, guys, I mean, they do. We write these citations and they go back and add it. You know, it doesn't take long. Now, again, for whatever reason, there's no screenshot of the website, so legally,
That was gonna be my question. I mean, I would agree that if, on the website stuff, I mean, that stuff can be changed in an instant. And, if we don't have documentation, screenshots and so forth, you can't
correct.
say it was or wasn't there
That is
at the
correct.
time. So that would be something for us to address if that's, I guess, a violation we find. We need to do a good job of documenting it with screenshots and so forth.
I would think that the easiest way to address that, given the lack of documentary evidence in the citation file, would be to ask Mr. Easterling whether or not it was on there prior to the citation. And if the answer that he gives you is yes, you have no evidence contrary to that.
Right.
If he tells you no, then I mean, hopefully you expect him to be honest to the board.
Sure.
I agree with Julie, however, I don't wanna hold up the case because I think it's better handled if we
What's the
mandate
fine
the
amount?
board from this point. It is gonna be $50.
Is Mr. Eastland here?
Right here.
Yes,
Oh,
right
I'm
here.
sorry, I'm hard to recognize you with your mask
I got my glasses on, the mask on, and thinking cap right now, but
Did you see or not see it? Did you go all the way to the bottom?
well, may I address this? Yeah, number one, I do not specifically remember his website.
Okay.
What was that, what month was that?
April.
April, I don't know how many I did in April, over 100 or something.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Here's one of the issues that I have when looking for an LMP number. You have to find it. It may be on the contact me page 5 or 6 of the website. Under all these other stipulations of commercial plumbing, household repairs, whatever he does, or the other people do, and in a violation, I'm very careful to look. I even found yours at one time that didn't have it. I'm sorry, but I have to talk to him about it. I was overlooking it.
you were overlooking it.
I was overlooking it. It was
Yeah,
there.
he actually, it was there, it was there.
But that was,
I can assure you, I can assure you.
Can you step to the
I can assure you. I think that bird gave it away or something.
Because I'm pretty anal.
Oh, yeah. I have seen business cards that I had to find in an album with an LMP number on it, off of the truck, off of, in different places. If I missed it, all I can say is I missed it. If it was not there and I'm right, it has been corrected. So that's up to your decision, right or wrong.
Right, yes.
Can we try this, Mr. Thibodeau? Was it on the site before, or did you add it after the citation?
For the only site I was paying for back then was the Yellow Page. And it was in the Yellow Page. It's not on the website page, it was supposed to be put there.
So if it wasn't there, it was an oversight, but it is now on the page.
Right.
On the website.
I made sure it is now.
Now, the board can
It's a
do with
different
that what
company
they want.
that has
Well-
our website.
I mean, he's been very honest. I think the
Yeah.
board can do with it what they will.
So, I would make a motion that we waive the fine in light of the truck being on there and the LMP number being on the truck. That's a technicality. But with the caveat, I do think the enforcement officers need to be trained to screenshot and attach.
Yeah.
If they're not, they don't know how to screenshot, maybe one of the staff members can train them on screenshotting. And then I think we need to consider clarifying the rule for websites as the internet becomes more prevalent, like maybe the master license needs to be on the home page. That might be something we need to look into in the future.
Yeah, and to that, and it's training and whatnot. Different companies, such as yours, would have their LMP number as part of their plumbing company name and logo on the front page. The enforcement officer would not have to copy several pages for their way ad to prove the situation. It'd only be one page to look at. You wouldn't have to hunt for it.
But that's why I said we may need to consider having it on the home page, so we only have one page.
Yeah.
See, like my first page, LMP 5.
We believe you, Terry.
Was that there before? No, it was while we were sitting here. I was
I'll second Trey's motion.
Everybody in favor? Do you want to talk yourself out into the fire?
No, I just want to make a statement that there are websites on there that have our names on it that do not have our license number that we did not put on.
You don't own that website though. I think this would only apply to your websites that you own.
And you get your YP Thrive does your website?
Thrive does now, yeah.
Yeah.
At first the yellow page did.
Right, when that,
And
yeah.
then the transfer, it didn't get put in.
Yeah.
But we're still on the yellow page.
Yeah, and peers like me, YP or Thrive does mine, and I give them the info, and I, like I said, I make you, and then they hit you with all this information, try to make sure it's on there and stuff, but,
Yeah, they said it would approve it, we did.
I appreciate you, Pierre, we got it worked out.
Appreciate it.
I just want to say this, Terry brought up a good point about people grabbing stuff and moving it around, particularly on social media and all. So, we gotta watch if we can get to the source of how some of that stuff gets moved around, because a lot of it we have no control over.
Right. That's why we need to pay attention to the website.
Right, and ultimately, I think that it proves that we're doing what we were tasked to do. I mean, we can nitpick every enforcement, but the fact is that we want it enforced. We are enforcing it, and that's why we have an appeal process and so on and so forth, and we are here, we are proving that. But I think that we can, suggest that to avoid fines, make it visible on the homepage. If they choose not to, then,
You're
this is
not
what we
adding
are.
that to the job signage committee, are you?
Right. I am one of the Ashley, I am the Ashley, yes, sir.
Yeah, I apologize for the conversation I had with you.
That was the other Ashley, that's okay?
Ashley Collins?
That's okay. Listen, we're used to it, we've got things
Well,
to
at the time, you told me that I need to call all those people and tell them to put my number on it, which I wasn't gonna do.
Well, I think too, at the time, she didn't realize that those weren't owned by you. I mean, the investigation, what an enforcement officer investigates it, Ashley's job is to cipher through those violations and send them out. She is not the legal authority. And ultimately, the reason we call you before is because I have no authority to say, yes, here it is, let's wipe out the fine. I come to the board and say, he was cited, but this is what I found, and ultimately they have those final decisions. But we appreciate you so much, and it is on there, it's noted.
It wasn't about $50.
We understand.
The principle of the thing.
Yeah.
Yep. All right,
Yeah.
thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre.
Appreciate it.
All right. Ms. Philip Parker? Oh, he's absent.
Philip Parker, we do need to discuss, Philip Parker owns Global Plumbing.
Oh, that's the guy.
Yes, he's already been cited once for operating a company without a license, masterwork without a license. He has failed to appear before the board. He has failed to pay his citation. This is his second time being cited, at which time we requested him. On the second time, we request you to appear, and he has failed to do so. So it would be at the board's pleasure of what we choose to do with this case. If you have a moment, I will go over.
So what are our options now? How can we?
Now your options are preliminary injunction to get a court to enjoin him to stop, and permanent injunction to get an enjoyment of his operating a plumbing business without licenses.
This is the job. This is the job that one of my guys came upon, and that's when I had turned him in and stuff. So, and that's when Ashley told me he's a habitual, guy. So
he doesn't have any license.
No license.
No license. Period.
He held a license, a journeyman license, I believe the last time that he had it, 16, 17, so it's been expired for some time.
Do I have a second?
I'll second Kelly.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's start the introduction.
All right.
Informal hearing update, what are we gonna do?
Informal hearing, so Joseph Kent, his company was cited for use of unlicensed personnel. They chose an informal hearing, which I held with Mr. Kent and his counsel, Mr. John Andershaw. John Andershaw, who is his counsel, contacted us yesterday. Mr. Kent had something come up, he is not able to make it today, and they have asked that we move his case to our August meeting, at which time we can go over the informal hearing transfer.
We have a special request.
Yes, special request.
David Dinger here.
Davin Dinger.
Over here, sir.
Yeah. Just go to the podium, yes. Before we get started on this case, real quick, the board has given me authority to approve waivers. I'm constrained within that waiver process that they must show 5 years experience or 8,000 hours. In the case that they are not able to provide that, they are to come before the board. I know that some of these gentlemen, from the time that they sent in their appeal till today, apparently have all of the time. So some of this should have been handled administratively. However, you know, an appeal was sent in, so this is where we are. Mr. Davendinger stated that he had 6 years of hands-on experience doing plumbing work. However, he could, this was on March 2nd, he could not produce the required W-2s or payroll documents proving his 5 years or 8,000 hours of experience. He further stated that he had some time cards to prove his experience that he would produce at the board. However, Mr. Dinger, I believe that you and I spoke, and you have since come up with some W-2s or 1099s, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I see those 1099s, please? Okay, these 1099s are for Davin Dinger, Robichaux Plumbing and Electrical. We have, let's see, we have 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, all with Robichaux. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Not as hard as you thought.
Well, you don't know my boss.
Well, let me get this back to you. Based upon the W-2s, the 1099s, I'm sorry, that he still has, I would like to recommend to the board as they make a motion that you allow staff to process his application.
I so moved. Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Mr. Dinger, as we discussed, on Monday or next week, you can either send in your whole application to me, you can come by, whatever the case may be. And if you want to call me before, I'll be happy to make sure you have everything before you mail it in. Okay?
All right.
Good.
Thank you,
You're
sir.
good.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you
Good luck
so
on the
much.
test.
I'm so sorry. Could we have a motion to move Joseph Kent's case to the August meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Any opposed? So moved.
Play winners.
Sorry. Just push that, I'll give you a minute. Just push that chair. is a similar issue. I have not spoken to Mr. Clay, but I know that he has spoken with staff. On March 2nd also, we received an appeal letter. Mr. Winters states that he has years of experience doing plumbing work in the maintenance department at Angola. However, he was stating that he was not able to produce the required W-2s or payroll documents providing his 5 years or 8,000 hours of experience. As you know, it would be really hard for myself or staff to approve hours in maintenance at Angola because we are not able to prove what exactly he was doing at Angola. At which time he was asked, recommended that he should appear before the board. Mr. Winters, has anything changed since then? Were you able to produce any W-2s or payroll documentation?
I actually in '96 went to work for PLA Plumbing and Electrical. And I worked for them until 2001. And I went to the state, and I've been working for the state since then.
What year did you say you started at payroll?
96.
96 through 2001?
Yes. But that was, and I have a letter from him signed, stating that I work for him, but, that's been too long ago. Couldn't either one of us produce any tax deals and check stubs. And I have a letter from the warden at Angola. When I went into Angola, I started out as a foreman doing electrical and plumbing work. And I've been there for 18 and a half years. I'm currently a facility maintenance manager, and I'm over all the utilities at Angola. And my goal is to get my plumbing license because I have about 6.5 more years to go at Angola, and I want to venture out on my own, do plumbing work around West Leashtown Parish.
You're trying to get your German license, right?
Yes. I'm going to start there and try to.
No, I get it, yeah.
But I have paperwork documenting all my experience and the times and.
So guys, one of the concerns I have is that the letter signed by a plumber is not much different than the affidavits that we're rejecting. But if he did in fact work for a plumbing company, while he may not have those records in hand, they're absolutely available from the Social Security office because that's that would be a private employer, or even if it was 1099 work. So he can, that's, so my suggestion would be if he could produce that, that would satisfy the requirements. And then perhaps what he could do is produce some of his, like, at Angola, because it's a government entity, when they put you in positions, every time there's a change, isn't there a personnel change form that's in those? So I think that would,
They're generic.
that would address perhaps the Angola issue, but that's where you probably could get those plumbing
The problem with
records from.
Angola is he's not going to be under direct direction of the master grant.
That's the problem, but at the plumbing job he would be, and those are available through Social Security.
But you,
Sure, I mean, I'll do whatever is necessary.
you would, well, it would be the board's decision, but I'm assuming that we would want you to contact Social Security office, get your records together, and come back before us in August. But if you haven't, you don't even need to bring that, so
So, as a suggestion, I mean, what he's basically saying, having him go through and jump through all those hoops. How many years did you spend with that plumbing company?
5.
Oh, so 5 years with the actual.
Yeah, I went to work for him in '96. I started with state penitentiary in 2001.
What about a transcript from the IRS?
That could work as well.
The IRS, I'm not sure how far back a transcript can go, but I know that you're able to get transcripts from the IRS that should be able to tell you, in this year he filed, with this company, whatever the case may be. I'm sorry.
So they would keep copies of my W-2s?
Yeah, that might be easier than Social Security. I would start there if you're trying to find those records with the IRS. Were you a W-2 employee, sir? Yeah, I think you would be able to get it from
You
either
can
the
probably,
IRS.
can do that online.
I think, that's what I'm thinking, the IRS you could do online. Social Security, you're gonna have to fill out a form and send a request in. That might or might not happen before the August meeting, and if he's anxious to take the test, I would try the IRS option first, sir.
Ashley?
Another point, thank you very much, you're so smart. Another point is, if you did your own taxes or another company did your taxes for you, they have a legal obligation of keeping your records for a certain amount of time. I don't know what that time frame is, but.
It's not 20 years.
I think it's what, 3 years, they only have to.
Yeah, it's not 20 years. That's a good try, but it was just too
I'll
long.
make a motion to deny the special request based on the Angola experience and allow Mr. Winters to reapply with his plumbing experience once he does his research.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Look for you to come about, or I think if you just get everything, I think you'll be, actually be able to approve. That's what I'll take.
Resubmit the application with
Yeah.
the deal breaker?
Right, yeah.
Is the company still open? Are they still in business?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, a lot of, this is a suggestion, if you aren't able to get the 5 years, a lot of the companies are going the 8,000 hour route, and they are submitting official payroll documentation. So another route may be to just contact that plumbing company that you work for.
I did, that's how I got this letter, and, he didn't keep records that far back either, you know,
I'm sorry.
check stubs and that kind of thing, so, you know, it's been a long time ago.
Did he sign your application? Did he sign your application, the guy you work for?
I submitted the application in 2009 when it was under the voucher system, and,
Was he the main signature on the voucher?
yeah, I believe so.
Well, you should have been able to verify your hours too.
This is the sign, it shows his master plumber license number and his contractor license number and his signature.
Sir, when you submitted under the voucher system, what happened?
Well, what happened was, I thought that you paid the money when you showed up for the test, in other words, it was my fault.
So you got approved to take the test, but then just didn't take the
Yeah, they
test?
sent me a letter saying that I
Okay,
did.
that's a whole different story. That's a whole different, they look at it real quick.
I just never did follow up on it.
Where's the voucher stuff, so that I know,
That's why you show up.
That was the application
right?
part of it.
We would have records. So you actually applied through the voucher system, they told you were scheduled to take the test. Oh.
I was thinking that I was when I.
Christmas already fucking before.
There's a bunch of them. And I don't think we're all in this.
Yeah, I don't
Why don't you call in Monday or Tuesday?
Yeah, I'm, Monday is kind of packed already, but Tuesday, let me call.
I know, 11 o'clock.
And look, because if you're already,
What do you say, Mr. Jim?
That old.
Yeah, so,
I was late for the meeting. I got reprimanded by your dad.
yeah, well, okay,
Remember those
there's some
days?
investigation, Ashley, why don't you address it? So, what the board may want to consider is amending the motion and adding, just adding that, that's only in the case that he wasn't previously approved through the voucher system, which it appears as, at this point, that he may have been, and didn't send the check in, so he was never scheduled for the exam, but I'm going to have to look at that. But I would like the board, if that is not the case, to continue, you know, with their motion, so we know where we go from there if that's not.
Have we had that issue come up before, like his, where you would have vouchers that it's been approved to take it and then take it? Has there been a precedent set on that situation?
We do see that, but they don't ever come before the board. We generally, they say, I was approved, you know, prior to the change, and we go through and pull their documents, and they're able to test. There is no.
I thought because it was so long ago that it was.
So this is the first time that we have not handled it administratively, I guess is the point.
So what do we do about the motion?
I'll amend my motion to reflect that if he has been pre-approved to take the exam on the voucher system, that he'd be allowed to take.
I'll second.
Okay, all approved?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank y'all.
Yep.
Hopefully
All right.
it'll work out. I hope so. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Barely made it. Barely made it, didn't he? I'm just about to get the thumbs down.
Joshua Baden.
Okay, so generally, I would have Ms. Jade report on that, but Joshua is not here. I'm not quite sure why Mr. Baden is not here. He has reached out to roughly every representative and senator known in Louisiana that I've spent over the last few months discussing an issue that came up. So what I would like to do is go over the issue, because the representatives and senators are looking for me to contact them based on what happened today. So I at least want to review the case, and then it would be up to the board's pleasure to, again, this is at his request. So, you know, he would have to come back before the board to get his request granted. In short, what took place is that Mr. Baden took the master plumber exam back in 2010, right? He failed 2 parts, he passed 1 part. We know that when you pass a part, you have that passing score is good for 1 year, right? From the date of which you passed the exam, okay? His wife called in 2017. So 10 is when he passed the 1 part, 17 is when his wife called. We do transcribe every phone call that we have. This is how we're able to transcribe this. But Mr. Baden's wife was informed at the time that he did have to take all 3 parts. He sent in the application. He was scheduled for all 3 parts and failed to appear. He then sent in a retake, okay? Our system does not identify the scores being good for 1 year, okay? We are looking into sync with our computer team as to how we can, we can update our system to recognize it, but it doesn't. So to be frank, whomever is handling it has to be paying attention to what parts they're taking. When he was rescheduled, Ms. Jade sent a schedule letter out. That schedule letter said that he had passed that 3rd part, right? Because he had in 2010. However, she did send NITC the schedule where he was scheduled for all 3 parts. So when he got here, he took part 1, part 2, they go to give him part 3. He says, I'm not taking it because I have this past letter, okay? So Mr. Baden did in fact, the 2 parts that he did take, he did in fact pass 1, but he failed the 2nd part, so he will need to come back and is scheduled, I believe, in August. He does not want to have to take the 3rd part again due to the fact that there was an error on our part. Again, he did take the exam and pass that particular part before in 2010. So it would be at the board's pleasure of whether or not they want to enforce the fact that scores are only good for 1 year, or due to our error on our end, if we would like to allow him to only take that part 2 and not the part 3 that he previously had.
Wasn't I here when you took that exam?
Yes, yes you were.
I remember that. I guess my thing is the dude lied. I mean, point blank. He knew that he knew that he didn't pass that. But I remember him showing Keith and I that letter. And when Ashley told me about that, I remembered it,
It
But
wasn't.
it is clear, it is our error.
Yes.
But it's still irritating that he knew. He knew, but I mean, it is our error, so I don't know that we have anything to stand on.
I mean, I'm sure what he's gonna say is, I did pass it, and that he didn't know that it only was good for a year. That's what he's gonna say
Yeah, right.
when he appears in front of you. I guess, there are several thoughts. One is we could just invite him back in August and then hear what he has to say. The board could sort of fall on its own sword and say, we made an administrative error, we're gonna eat it and let him just take the last part. I would not advise the board to make a determination not to let him take. I would not act adverse to his interests without him having an opportunity to do
That's what I said, is if we made the error, we have to, in my opinion, I think we have to eat it, but he knew what was, I remember the situation.
I think after talking to all the representatives and senators, while they are awaiting, I explained to them, what took place is that they thought the board just denied his request. I told them that, he has due process like everyone else, and he was already scheduled for an appeal. So we were ahead of the game when that happened. So I think being able to report to them and say, we've given this opportunity, he failed to appear. However, our board is going to extend that into August, would satisfy all parties involved.
I would make a motion that we invite, what's his name?
Baden.
Mr. Baden, invite Mr. Baden to attend the August meeting.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. All right, committee reports. Continuing Education Committee, Kelly?
We had a meeting this morning, and the only thing that we had to share with the board at this time is we have picked out some 2021 topics for the continued education for next year, for 2021. And one of the things we came across was we wanted to do away with the backflow prevention part of the study and put a cost of safety in place of that. So we want to recommend that to the board to make that change. And I'll do that in the form of a motion.
All right. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Kelly. Enforcement Task Force Committee.
Mr. Clapper does not have anything to report. However, there is an item on the agenda once we get there, a request to add an additional member from the advisory board to that committee. I think that Keith being the new will be able to expand on that on his report, but no further report.
All right. Job Site Signage Committee, Jake Carlson.
Well, it's a very exciting committee. I'm fortunate to be able to participate. But we did have a meeting, and I would say, made a little progress. We developed some basic, what I would call, would require rule updates. So I'll just read what we agreed to in terms of intent with the rule change. First, we agreed to, I guess the intent is to permit a single company job sign at the entrance of a project, including subdivisions, multifamily dwellings, such as apartments, condos, etc., and commercial developments for plumbing and gas fitting companies who are the sole company performing the plumbing and or gas fitting work for that project. So instead of having 1,000 signs, one in each lot, we can have one up front. The second part of that was to require 4-inch minimum height lettering for a single sign and a single lot. It's 2 inch, so if ever we put one in the front, we want it to be a little bit bigger, so it's clear. And that all the other signage requirements exist, and we'll add a sentence to the sign that says, all work performed on this project by. So that it's clear that that one sign is intending to convey that that they are a sole plumbing or gas fitting contractor on that job. Otherwise, it would not be clear. It would just be a big sign. So that's the basic sort of rule update intent. And then, you know, there's the devil's in the details with trying to draft the actual rule language to adopt. So we're going to work on that between now and August to bring back the language. Some of the challenges, identifying, you know, these different job types, getting some feedback from legal and the best way to approach that. One of the other aspects is, so if a sole company for a project sign is posted and then something changes where they're not the sole company, the intent would be that that they would have to remove that sign and put individual signs on lots. So it's kind of one or the other. There's no hybrid sort of approach there. And then basically, if that doesn't happen, then, you know, violations and enforcement would just be based on the number of lots or what have you. That doesn't follow the rules. So we don't have to make any changes there. We just sort of do the same thing we're doing today in that fashion. So that's sort of what we had arrived at the meeting. But like I said, we'll develop some actual code language between now and the next meeting for the board to consider. So that's where we're at.
Yes, Ashley.
I do think it's important to make the board aware of I'm not sure if there'll be any committee changes, but Jimmy Lockwood, who's not here this morning, who was originally who submitted this wood change, he has withdrawn his position on the job site signage. I don't know yet if that is going to, if he's withdrawing himself from the committee. If so, in August we may need to add an additional person, but I will keep you abreast of.
Was it Wayne LaFleur on there too?
He was on there. He has not said, but I did receive email request from Jimmy this morning. His actual language is that his position is no longer for the signage. So again, I don't know if that means the committee in itself. I'm assuming that it would, because that's what the committee. So I'm only interpreting, but I will let you know once I have a better idea.
So I guess the point is, I guess we're to check to see if we need to replace both of them.
We may very well, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, could we were talking about the website license number, could we have this committee look at that while we're addressing signage as well, put that in there too?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, to have that committee start the process of figuring out.
press the website.
Yes.
I'll put that in the form of a motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Okay, previous minutes.
I make a motion to accept the minutes from the previous meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Financial report.
I have the cash account summary. It is as of May 26th of 2020. The Whitney Bank checking account has $1,356,873.85. The petty cash is $200. The deposit in transit is $23,150. The 12-month CD that matured on the 28th of May was $164,196.80. That collected the interest of $2,108.64. We have a 9-month CD that matures November 23rd of 2020. That has $157,168.44. That collected an interest of $70.52 so far. In the money market, we have $1,452.32. That's a total asset of $1,705,220.57.
Have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Advisory Board, Keith.
Good morning. We didn't have a quorum again this morning, so we don't really have any official recommendations. Would like to discuss this, and I guess it's a legal question again, but since the advisory board functions as a committee, is there any possibility to get quorum at this meeting where we could do a Zoom meeting or something like that in the future? A day or so before this board meeting, that would help us get a quorum.
So you're talking about doing the meeting of the advisory board before the day of the board meeting itself?
Yeah, day or two before the board meeting via Zoom. I know it's something that you said it has to be a public meeting.
You have to comply with the sunshine laws, yeah, so it's gotta be public.
The Zoom thing could be published like it is on the wall, it's published the way the same thing is published. The connection protocol could be published the same way. If anybody wanted to get in, they could get in.
I think, as, you know, you have to comply with the public obligations, so that's the case. But the idea of doing it on a different day is potentially concerning, because you've got to make sure we publish in a manner so that folks, the problem is there's a history of it being done on the same day. So we got to make sure we give, you know, like real notice.
Well, even still, if we did it on the same day, prior to the meeting.
But by Zoom?
But by Zoom, I mean, I could come here and set it up in Zoom, but I'm gonna come here anyway and set up the call in the boardroom. And she's pointing at me like I'm some kind of.
No, yeah, I know y'all don't like hearing me talk, you're tired. Okay, so
I just want to clarify that right now, the governor has approved for Zoom for state agencies because he feels like that is putting the best, we're doing it, it's an emergency.
Yeah.
The law, as it stands right now, does not expand on those types, which is why we can't have a conference call and the board can't conference call each other and make a motion. So to answer your question, we really don't know what the future is. Right now, I mean,
I think as long as the approval is in place to have a Zoom meeting, you could do it, but that's not gonna be able to be like a long-term solution. It's only gonna be an emergency while we're in the COVID emergency.
But
I think that's what Ashley is saying.
Isn't the advisory board a functioning committee, and a regular committee can meet on a conference call?
No, so.
No, you're not a committee.
You're not a committee?
No, you're not a committee. You're the advisory board.
Okay,
You're provided for by law.
okay.
That's different than a committee, which is appointed by the president upon motion of the board.
Which does not have to have quorum.
That's right.
Law specifies advisory board and board members.
So we don't have to have a quorum?
No,
You
no,
do.
a committee
You do,
does
okay.
not have to have quorum.
You're provided for statutorily and by regulation.
I mean, I knew that was gonna be the answer.
So you have
But I just wanted to
restrictions.
bring it up again.
You're more important than a committee, you know? I don't know.
Non-functional entity of the board, because we
So-
can't make any official
So in terms of a legal answer, my answer would be we'd have to very closely monitor, as long as the emergency orders remain in effect. I think you could do it by Zoom, but it's with public notice, appropriate public notice. But I think as soon as that goes out of effect, you're back to you gotta have people here.
Yeah, okay, well,
There's no ability to turn a public meeting into a electronic medium unless or absent an emergency declaration.
okay. Well, without going any further, I'm just saying, I knew that was gonna be the answer, but
I know.
it's just a non-functioning.
You were hoping it wasn't.
Yeah, just a non-functioning entity, because we can't make any official. But we did have some casual conversations that we did And one of them was support of the sign, which we're glad to hear that that's thing. You know, the advisory board does support the one sign per subdivision, something like that. And other thing that we would, is for the enforcement committee, if you want this right now, Mike Ellers is gonna be that key point person in that enforcement committee member. All the advisory board members basically said, hey, when you go into different areas around the state, they'd be more than happy to be key point persons in those different areas around the state too. So rather than having one person, maybe if necessary, travel around, then the advisory board members in that area can basically fill that position. So we had a, just like I said, those are just some casual conversations that we had, other than Mike would be, because Mike's been working on that committee.
Okay.
So I don't know if you were aware of that, Derek, but he's been working with that committee originally, so.
Actually,
I do want to say, Keith, as chairman of the advisory board, that board is in place to do the work of the board. You're there to advise the board. So as chairman, if people are not able to make it to quorum, then our board needs to make changes to that.
And we discussed that also too.
Okay, because.
We're gonna address that later on this afternoon.
Okay. That way we can better support, that way we're not doing the Zoom, that
Yeah.
people who want to be involved, the board can make that.
And we
that
discussed,
decision.
Mike and I talked about that this afternoon.
And if you
We
need
talked
me to
about
make the
this
phone
earlier.
calls, you know that I.
So we discussed that earlier too, that, hey, look, if they're not interested in being here to participate, then they need to get somebody that is interested to participate. So we discussed that also this morning, so that's on us to make that happen. So we did discuss that. Other than that, that's all I did report, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Said chairman.
I know, that's right, Chair. Wife likes president, but whatever. That way she can say she's first lady, but that's, get back on track. Enforcement officers report.
And 198 inspections, 10 warnings, 67 violations.
67.
Bill Easter.
Okay, I have 2,264 miles, 256 hours, 410 inspections, 39 warnings, 106 citations.
Mark Sheridan.
Mark Sheridan has 2,425 miles, 231 hours, 155 inspections, 4 warnings, and 40 citations.
And Olivier.
2,522 miles, 160 hours, 172 inspections, no warnings, and 9 citations.
Lee Grimmie.
I've got 4,282 miles, 226 hours, 208 inspections, 2 warnings, and 25 citations.
Fred Fondo.
I have 5,050 miles, I have 241 hours, 171 inspections, I have 4 warnings and 48 citations.
Jim Moore.
4,423 miles, 266 hours, 261 inspections, 10 warnings, and 7 citations.
John Odom.
Mr. John Odom has 2,412 miles, 207.5 hours, 64 inspections, 3 warnings, and 9 citations.
Blaine Mack.
Mr. Blaine has 3,583 miles, 176 hours, 92 inspections, 0 warnings, and 24 citations.
David Unanimous.
2,433 miles, 212 hours, 130 inspections, 18 warnings, 28 citations.
Executive Director's report.
Okay, I'm gonna try and make this as quick as possible. I know that Mr. Kraft, has to leave at 12:30, so I'm going to soon pass some of these. We are in the process right now, board approved, to allow for online renewals of licensing. Please keep in mind, there's a lot that goes into that. I spent roughly 2 days sitting with IT, discussing, what exactly, that system needed to look like. Basically, to be frank with you, in order to renew a license online, that system needs to be able to read exactly what our laws and rules are, right? That they have done their CPE, that they have submitted their insurance, so on and so forth. You can pass that down. That's just for you guys to look at. I can tell you that we're about halfway through on completing the program. What will happen is they will go to our website. They will create, you will create a username and password. That will open up a portal which will allow you to update your information. You will be able to choose which licenses and endorsements that you are wanting to renew. Of course, within renewing those, the only way that you'll be able to renew online is if you send in your insurance, you have the correct CPE hours already logged. If for some point they do not have that, that system will say you must contact the state plumbing board. So when we say renew online, it's for people who have their things together. Okay, we're about halfway through. We'll start testing. They're telling me in about 30 more days. So we'll test that system out. I do fully expect to be able to start allowing renewals, hopefully, this next renewal season. So in October, whenever we start renewing, the system should be up and running. I ask you all to please be patient. When you're writing a whole new system, there are going to be hiccups. There are going to be things that we will need to fix and change. But ultimately, I think we're going to be in a good place come October. I know that we also have our satellite offices that you guys are going to talk about today. I know initially we had talked about having it at 141. Trey and I went to 141. They have a beautiful facility. I think since then there is a school which Trey will expand on later that is interested in being able to become a tester in that area. Trey, I have since gotten a list of supplies. As you know, the board had approved us to, when we update new supplies in whichever satellite office the board so chooses, we will also update the same items here. I'll have that ready for you as well. I am asking, and Trey, you'll see throughout here, I've got a lot of things going on with testing. I'm hopeful that wherever you choose to have your satellite office, we're not opening it until most likely the end of the first quarter. Because today I'm requesting to you that we start testing in the first quarter of next year. So that's a lot of changes to happen at one time, and I think it's important that we that we are looking at our written exams, making sure that all of that is in line before we choose to start exams somewhere else. You guys have asked me, I know that you are aware, I approved the waiver process. I am very constrained. I know that there's been some discussion on how I approve the waiver process. We have several checks and balances in order. I'm just the end-all be-all in that. Unless they have an issue, they can appeal before the board. But the process that we have in place is that they send in their application with either the W-2s or the payroll, the official payroll documentation. The girls initially vet that before I see it. So if they are not reflecting 5 years or 8,000 hours, it will automatically be sent back. It will not make it to my desk. There's no reason for it to make it to my desk. The girls will then let them know, you're short however many hours, however many years. We do get a lot where they just don't submit anything, which you saw today. We give them the right to appeal. We're denying your request at this time because you don't have X amount of hours, but you're able to appeal. But what you're seeing is that within the time that they file their appeal and the time they come to their board meeting, they're somehow finding these hours that they said that they couldn't find to begin with. So since the last board meeting, I've approved 28. I have yet to deny an application on record, an application of a waiver process without sending them to the board myself. So all 28 of these people went through the correct process. They showed 5 years or 8,000 hours, exactly how the board requested, and they were approved to test. Last year, our office updated forms and produced a new renewal form to allow all licenses to be renewed on one form. Okay, we've had a lot of changes. Our written exams are changes. I know that I've been in contact with Crystal with PHCC and other programs regarding their apprenticeship program. Our office this year is focused on, once the new exams are completed, working on all of the applications, right? We want to make sure that the candidate bulletin and the application is easy to understand, easy to complete. So we'll be working on changing that administratively, obviously, before we make any changes. We still have a lot of work to do as far as communicating, making sure that we're asking for the right information on these applications and presenting it to the board. You approved us to go paperless in-house. We purchased those scanners. We went back and scanned in the last 3 years. We should be finished by August. It's going to be a couple more years before we're able to scan in back to 1924. And but once we finish that, we will be able to turn the file cabinets back over to the state, which will open up an extra room for extra space, whatever would be necessary. Lastly, I want to go over the exams real quick. I know that there are topics on the agenda, but before you guys make any motion on the agenda, I want to make sure that we are all clear on the process. Initially, what we did was IPC, IRC code cycle. We went to 2015, right? We had asked NITC to update those exams, right? Because we are still operating on, they use 2 books, the 2000 edition and Title 51 when they come to test for journeyman and master, okay? Since then, the IFGC has also moved to the 2015 code cycle. What we didn't want is to release new exams on 12 and new on another code cycle. If we had to, that's one thing, but if the state is mandating this is the code cycle we're on, we need to ensure that all the exams are on that code cycle when we start. So one of the things, or several of the things on the agenda will be official approval. I know that you all know about the code changes, but official approval from you all allowing us to continue with NITC, updating all of the exams to the correct code cycle year, okay? Today I will also be asking you all to finalize a date. I'm requesting January of 2021 to allow me and staff to start the new written exams. So in November, DJ will have all of those written exams ready for the board to review. The reason I have to have a cutoff date is because we will be running 2 exams at one time, right? So January 1st, any person who has not applied, who is not tested, will start on the new code, okay? All of those who have tested and have passed certain parts, they have a year to continue to test to that code. How are we going to do that? We have procedures in place that will dictate which exam, so that when we send it over to NITC, Janelle has the ability to see which exam it is. So we'll run 2 exams for 1 year, because legally we have to, and then everyone from that point forward will be tested on the current code cycle code. 2 other things, and then that will conclude my report. You all know also on the agenda that Mr. Carl presides over the journeyman exam committee, as well as the natural gas. Today I will also be requesting, we'll be giving you guys the journeyman practicals. We revised those practicals. Mr. Carl will update you on that to allow that to take effect in October, only because we're only changing how we grade the practical. That practical itself is not changing, and because we already have people scheduled for August. So no one is scheduled for October, meaning that you could start that exam in October. Natural gas is not quite done, but we will be requesting today to start natural gas January 2021 with all of the other written exams. That concludes my report.
Actually, you can check the air, that's some mental pause in this hot.
You're not going to be able to hear. That means we got to.
Oh, I see. All right, exam reports. All right, May 21st, master diploma exam, John Marquez.
Everything went well, no issues?
June 2nd, John Marquez.
No issues?
June 6th, Kelly.
Everything was just lovely.
June 13th was canceled. Okay, now we're going to executive session.
Could we move executive? I know that we have some board members. I'm trying to keep quorum for as long as possible. Other topics. Would you have to make sure we kind of go back in? Okay.
Okay, continuing professional education extension to renew 2021. You said Ricky wanted to delay that, correct?
Right. He had asked Ms. Julie to look into it. I talked to him. He does not want a motion today. Basically, what he is requesting is for the information. What can we do if when August comes, we decide, hey, we don't have time for everyone to get their CPE hours. What can we do? I think Ms. Julie has looked into it and established, because of the way our law is written, it does mandate that you have to have your, and correct me when I'm wrong, it does mandate that you have to have your CPE hours in order to renew your license. However, I think that we could.
Yeah, it's so the answer to the question is it can be done. Do we want to do it, and how complicated would it be to do it, are different issues. So half of our CPE provisions in the rules provide very clearly and very specifically that the CPE has to be taken in the prior calendar year, and half of it doesn't. All the gas fitting only says you have to have CPE, but the plumber's rules all say it has to be in the prior calendar year. So there are ways we could do it. One way would be sort of like we did after Katrina, where we passed just a board resolution. Nobody's really being informed by it. We did that, if you remember, to relax the ratio rules after Katrina. It is not the most legally appropriate way to do it. The other way to do it would be that we would have to do rulemaking. It could be done as an emergency rule. I think, to be honest, we should be very cautious about making any type of change that would require an emergency rule change. I think it's probably a very wise idea. If we wait till August, we'll get a better sense of, are our folks complying? Are they going to be able to comply? Let's see what the world looks like, the COVID situation looks like. And then if we have to do it, or if the board decides they want to do it, there's a way to do it. There is a way legally to do it if we decide as a board, if the board decides that that's what they would like to do. So the answer is, we can't just do it from an administrative standpoint. It would require board action. And I would suggest we wait until August to make that decision.
I'm confident we'll be back on track. I mean, there's more traffic out there now than there was, before. It seems like, I think we're gonna make it, but yeah, I think that's a good idea to wait till August.
Do you need a motion for that or no?
No, I think we just postpone it till August.
Money market savings account.
That is a request. Obviously, we heard from Sandra. We wanted to make sure that you guys knew what was going on with the money before you made any decisions, because we are moving. The request is to move $1 million from checking over to savings. You heard from Sandra. It doesn't do anything regarding protecting the money other than, or insuring the money. What it's doing is protecting the money. We're moving it from checking, that you should not have that much money in checking, over to savings.
Yeah.
So it's just a protective mechanism, and we're asking today, or Ricky is asking today, David O'Kine was here, but I did not see him. He's our CPA who looked at our budget. I know that we have a good bit of money in the budget, but it cost us, $800,000 to operate. So we're asking today to move $1 million over, which leaves a little over $7 in checking for us to operate. So that's what we're requesting today.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, the German plumber and gas fitter exam, practical exam, Carl.
Mr. Carl, I went ahead and made a copy of what I did. Mr. Carl is, well, I'll let him tell you. He can talk to you. And I will need them back. Please. Thank you so much.
Okay. Essentially on the German, we've decided not to change the floor plan we're using. But the biggest concern we've always had is somebody that demonstrates they know what they're doing, but they get one item out the way, maybe an elevation problem, clean out in the wrong spot, and we have to fail them, because as you all know, it's always been 100, 0 or 100. There was nothing in between. What we are proposing that we go to a point system that would allow them, basically they would still have to have the nuts and bolts of the test correct, but we can take off and deduct points. I've talked to Kerry, who is our main custodian, and he feels like it's a workable thing. But it'll allow people that know what they're doing to pass the exam, even if they make one slight error. And the biggest thing I've always argued about is the elevations, because you're asking somebody to assume they're working a foot in the ground when they're standing on this concrete. And they put the T in for a lavatory thinking they're measuring properly. You're not going to do that on a job site. So we would like to go to this where we are going to be using a point system. Questions?
Carl, I just have one quick question. It still would be where you have to score 70 just on this one part of the practical as well as the other parts of the time?
That's correct. There's still going to be 3 parts of the practical, and they still will have to pass each one of them with 70. We're not changing the other parts. Just really the only thing changing is the scoring mechanism on the floor plan.
Well, I got a quick question. I was curious how the points, I guess, just looking at this is like, you can get 2 of them, which is, I guess, maybe the most critical parts, right, and then the other 4 still get a 70. I guess I was just curious what the thought process was on how the points were.
Well, we kind of looked at the importance of each thing. I'll give you an example. I sat here one day and watched a young man that knew exactly what he was doing when he put the clean out on the outlet into the sewer. And all the examiners are looking at that. We can't tell the man he's wrong. And fortunately, he caught himself. He knew what he was doing. That's not an error they're going to make on a job. And I guess that's what we put into it. The lesser scored points are based on things that in practical on a job, they're not going to make those mistakes.
But the correct horizontal layout, we figured, if you don't get that right, you're not getting anything right.
You can't get the fittings right.
But see, like the correct fittings is 20, but let's say you miss that, well, you could still pass it, you got the other things correct. Sometimes, like before, people would put in a vent, the code would say a vent T, and people would put in a Y or something like that, you see. So we felt the most important thing of the whole process was the horizontal layout.
And actually, we're talking about putting this into effect with the October test as well.
Yes, sir, October. For the October exam, again, it doesn't do anything. I don't know if all of you realize what a big deal this is. You've come for years and asked the board to change this exam, to not pass or fail, and I'm really excited. I don't know, nobody else looks excited but me, but I'm so thankful, and yes, I think the public has asked for this for a long time. I know our examinees have, and I am requesting that we are to change how we grade this. It's up to you guys. If you want to do this immediately and have me change the exams, I can do that in October. That's at your pleasure.
I think I could.
So I'm making a motion.
Second.
You're making the motion?
Yeah, I'm making a motion.
All in favor?
I have a question about the layout.
You got a question?
Because I'll do a plumbing school too, and I'll give them a little rough ends and stuff, and sometimes they'll do a layout, they'll get they'll wet vent, but they'll catch the toilet off the main line, which is still within that 10 feet, and then their pipe will be a little bit too far out of the wall, not finishing flush. They use the proper fittings, it still could work. Will they get some points off of that too if they don't? You understand what I'm saying? They still got the proper vents. They got the T on his back. They got the wet vent for the lavatory, but they caught the toilet instead of off the branch. And they came off the trunk line because they had enough fittings to do that.
Well, as we all know, there's a bunch of different ways that you could do that bathroom. And obviously our goal is to see who is capable in the plumbing industry.
Gotcha.
But from a board standpoint also, it's can they follow those directions?
Exactly.
So we will not accept that if they can't follow the direction. and put it as it's asked for in the
I got
instructions.
you. Okay, that's all I need to know. That's all.
All right, got a motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, ayes have it.
Thank you.
Yes.
You got
Leanne? You're welcome. I did not include the document with the answer. This is only, but all of your questions for the board are still on that second sheet. I think you had some questions we had to address. Well, they didn't print them really, did they?
Yeah, boy, it's an all shape with that.
So that you can see what you're.
Okay.
It might be upside
Yeah,
down.
I've got one in my file, that's. Okay, I guess first off, we've been struggling with the idea of a practical gas exam for a while. The idea of just putting a guy here with a bunch of fittings and having him put something together, we realized that time probably wouldn't allow it, and the cost to us constantly replacing fittings and that type of thing. So what we have is a follow-up, I guess, or adjacent, even though some of it appears to be part of a written exam. It's questions basically that somebody would need to know if they are performing a gas installation and inspection. Most of the questions refer to pressure on a gauge and use of a gauge. We also will use an assembly, I'll call it, that is already put together quite a bit. The requirement will be that they can calculate a 45-degree angle, put the rest of it together, demonstrate to our custodian, our examiners, that they do know how to perform a pressure test. We're not going to require that they pressurize it, because we're not even going to require that they completely secure the fittings on it. Once again, if we do, we're going to be buying stocks and dies and pipe until we go broke. But we want to demonstrate that they do know how to perform a gas test. So they will finish this assembly, and once again, we have talked to Carrie, our custodian, testing and grading this will be fine. It's 10 questions that are compatible with what they're putting together, and it would be also a grading system where 70% they would pass. And this, we're talking about not putting out until January of next year. A lot of this was put together on 2012, and then it became knowledgeable at 2015 went into effect. So along with verifying that this is all still accurate, we need to back up that we have. I see Mr. DJ back there who lives this every day. So I didn't bring a copy of the practical part of it, the assembly part of it. There was a few questions. No, I guess the major question for the board is, in my mind, are we duplicating the written part of the exam with some of the questions? Do we want to maybe go to lesser questions and weight them a little heavier? If y'all would look it over and give your opinion on that. There's a diagram on the back, and if you look at it, item B would be what they would have to calculate the length of that, which they'll be grading on proper measurement. They would be required to thread 1 or 2 threads, depending on if we want to provide 1 thread. They would provide a thread, cut a thread, have our examiners grade that thread. and then put the assembly together.
You keep in mind, guys, we're trying to limit this part to 30 minutes. So, I think it's doable. We kind of did some trial runs, we thought it was doable.
Any questions?
Are you taking the threading off for the journaling test, the practical part?
No, we're not gonna change that.
Yeah, no, no. That's what I'm saying.
The reason being, Kevin, is because not all of the gas fitters are plumbers. So that, they may go through another apprenticeship program, so just,
Gotcha.
yeah, so
Gotcha.
they're not, some of them, a lot of them are not tested on threading.
Threading,
Yeah,
piping,
I mean, the plumbers, yes, they will. What I was gonna ask is if the board could address the question of whether or not we were gonna, use one thread or one end or thread both ends so that the committee can move forward, with that part, or did I miss that?
Well, if we do, we're gonna have to provide nipples for them, or if we're gonna have them assemble it, we're gonna have to have pipe with one thread on there, so that's a consideration, that's an expense if you're gonna buy pipe and thread it, but I don't think we can expect our custodians to thread that, but the issue there is the time restraint. That second thread, how much time are we gonna add to the exam? I think we could go with the two and see how time works out as we put this into practice.
I think logistically, you have to go with the two, because like you said, you have to purchase nipples and then cut off one end of the nipple. Whereas if you're cutting the pipe and threading one end, the time to just turn it around and thread the other end is not that great.
I think the time should be okay. And, but that's the biggest thing, the expense of it, like Trey said, we buy those nipples. It becomes very costly.
Motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Ayes have it.
No, do not.
Check his website.
I will. I
Find a Photoshop.
Put the test on the website.
All right, Ashley, Christmas dinner quote.
Okay, last time that we discussed the Christmas, the holiday dinner quote, it was astronomically high. Since then, we were able to, you all had asked that we keep it roughly between 55 and 6,500 for all employees. As you all know, and spouses, as you all know, the board has always done this. I think the board, it was a general consensus that due to all the new board members, the new custodians, the new examiners, you guys wanted to provide, a relaxed avenue to allow everyone to get to know each other, so on and so forth on a professional level. We were able to get with the cheapest, was with the Culinary Institute. It's actually on the corner of Airline and Old Jefferson. I had the opportunity to view their building. Obviously, that's where all the they're trained chefs there. It's a beautiful facility. Basically, it would cover all of the food. I know that all of you have seen the quote, the rental charges, service charges, disposables, hospitality and staff. We were able to negotiate a subtotal of $62.35. That would take place from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. I have on here December 19th.
That's what I have too, I didn't know that we did.
I don't know that that's a Saturday. Is it? It is, okay, then yes, December 19th.
You know, if you all choose to move forward with that, you may want to keep in mind when we do schedule a December meeting, because we will need one now, that you may want to do it on the same weekend so that people aren't, you know, driving two different times. But we are here today to see what your pleasure is concerning the dinner on December 19th.
It sounded like that was the best option.
Yes, sir. I think last time, the quotes that I've gotten, I want to say anywhere from 10 to 15,000.
The culinary, people that own the.
Sounds like a good option.
The culinary, people that own the Culinary Institute also own BRQ. And, so our initial plan was to look at doing something there, but to do something there it was far exceeded the cost compared to doing it at school. And the food is the same food, you know, and it's a lot nicer facility. You know, the school's it's a very accommodating facility. It's basically a banquet, you know, it's a banquet.
And the state is encouraging, you know, us to get involved with each other outside of just, you know, the board meeting. I know you've heard Terry say that, but he's not just beating his drum, he is beating the drum of the state. They are starting to look into regulations and things a lot more, and they want you all to be a lot more involved with each other.
And how many people were planning for that?
100.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Let me ask a question. You mentioned the December board meeting, would there not be an option to do it the day before? It'd be during the week, obviously, the Wednesday night or Thursday night, to accommodate people that are traveling distances.
We certainly could. That's, I mean, I'd have to give it them to see if that date, I think we had talked about a Saturday on December 19th due to spouses, right? So that you could bring your spouse. But if we can do whatever you want, just tell me what you want.
We just figured that way people coming from North Louisiana and stuff, they would make a long weekend or something before we figured.
Withdraw that question.
All right, we got a motion, have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. All right. Reschedule Crawfish Bowl, actually.
Yes, obviously, the company that you all previously approved with the pandemic, they're not doing it. They're talking about maybe starting next month. However, crawfish season is ended, and the price, I would imagine, would be a lot higher than what they originally quoted us on.
Plus, it's gonna be hot.
Plus, it's gonna be hot, and I'm fat, so I am requesting that the board consider moving, discussing.
Yeah, readdressing it next year.
Yes, sir. If it is your pleasure, it would be a lot easier on staff if you all would approve a month. That way, I'm not coming back before the board, you know, presenting the whole book process, unless that's what you choose.
Well, I was, before we had a schedule for March, because that would be my suggestion, but that was a motion.
Yeah. I'll make that motion. I think March is a good time.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, Kelly had to leave, so,
For the record, we, Kelly Craft, we do have.
you still do? Okay. Now, approval and rotation schedule of the Crawfish Bowl and Christmas event.
Again, these events, as most of you know, they take some time to put in place. So for easeability for staff, if this is something that you all are going to continue to do, you know, rotating them, you may doing the Christmas party every other year, crawfish bowl, whatever the case may be, I'm asking for the board to consider allowing us to handle that administratively. So I'm not constrained by time trying to put all of this together for you and coming each year and asking your permission to do exactly what you've asked us to do before.
Motion? No, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, Caddo Career Technology Testing Facility Proposal Trade.
Correct, thank you. So as Ashley mentioned earlier in our meeting, we're looking at a testing site in Shreveport for the Journeyman and Master Plumbing exam, as well as the Journeyman and Master Natural Gas Fitter exam. A local 141 had submitted a proposal, and the Caddo Career and Technology Center submitted a proposal. So I wanted to elaborate on their proposal and review with the board what it is. The Caddo Career and Technology Center is a public government institution run by the Caddo Parish Public School System. It normally facilitates high school students where they can elect to have instruction in the trades. So currently, automotive is there, air conditioning is there, electrical is there, drafting, some computer technology, just a variety of different trades. And plumbing is coming in to that facility as well, their plumbing program, where high school students will be able to receive instruction in plumbing as an elective for credit towards their high school diploma. And so they were very interested in housing the exam for the state plumbing board. They presented a very attractive proposal. They have a very large testing capacity, so they have 34 computers that will allow the written exam to be on the computer 34 at one time. They have privacy partitions where they can take the exam. They have a welding school as well, where the practical exam is proposed to be, where they have, I believe it was 20 or 30 soldering booths for the soldering. So the testing capacity at this facility is very large, would more than accommodate what we're looking to have. Another thing that stood out about this facility is they are willing to basically give us exclusive closet space and lockers for our testing equipment that would remain locked and only with access to the state plumbing board. At the local facility, the local 141 facility, the state plumbing board would have to purchase job boxes and lockers to lock our equipment down. So there was a financial incentive in terms of them providing those options. And also finally, it gives plumbing, the trade, more of a presence in the school system as we advocate for more people coming into our trade, taking the exam, doing an apprenticeship. So there is a copy that was in our meeting packet of that proposal that the Caddo Parish Career and Technology Center presented, along with a letter of support from the Chief Academic Officer, Assistant Superintendent of the school system, talking about how excited they would be to host the exam in their system.
I do have a copy.
DJ?
Through the chair, is there any cost to staffing on high hours since the test actually are on the weekend, as far as getting access to the school?
There was, but the system had agreed to waive all fees associated with opening the school. And once they even spoke of, once things got going and they get that relationship established, giving our members a security code to the areas, and they wouldn't even be there. But in the beginning, they would be there at no cost to open the facility and take care of the facility.
I'd like just to add, we toured that facility, and it's an impressive facility. It's well run. The administrator, I guess you'd call him, is on the job there. And if we had those more around the state, we wouldn't be fighting the problems I believe we're fighting with people getting interested in our business.
Do we need a motion?
Well, with the board, what we're doing today, originally the board had approved us to start our satellite office at 141. Then the school came into play, so today what the board is deciding is which satellite off, because they're both in Shreveport. It would be different if they weren't, but they're both in the same area. So the board today is deciding, are we testing at 141 or the school? And yes, we would need a motion for that.
Well, first of all, I think we need to express our great gratitude to 141.
I agree.
for the opportunity, but I think the Caddo, the facility, the Caddo Parish has the training facility, I think is, from what I understand, is awesome. We'd be kind of silly not to take advantage of it. It's my opinion.
Offer you can't refuse, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So I guess we need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Uh,
Any opposed?
G,
All the ayes have it.
What's the board's pleasure on letting 141 know that we are, is that something that you would prefer that I do?
I would say we send them a letter of gratitude or whatever,
Well, I'll,
or call, whatever, however you want to handle it.
so you,
It'll be out there. If you want, I'll post gratitude on our website.
Would you like
All right. Matt Wynn, continue professional education.
before Matt gets up and speak, in short, I want to remind, there seemed to be some confusion during the Zoom meeting about what the board did. I know Crystal was sending me messages saying, be sure to tell them it's not, so what our board considers online and what other people consider online are two different things. So what we did was we provided our makeup book. This was in the middle of the pandemic. We provided our makeup book and questions that we're getting done every year anyway. What we did was, after much negotiation, we were able to pull the copyright from our previous CPE provider, and we sent the book and test booklet to them. So what our board, when we say we are offering online, is that you're able to contact them and they send you, however they choose to, a link or a copy of the book and a copy of the answers, right? So we know that this is something else that the trade wants desperately. If you look at other boards are ahead of us, okay? I think there was some concern that doing online would take away from the programs. That's not what we want. We still want to give the authority of the program to handle that online. We're not trying to take out anyone's CPE program. What Matt is here to do today is to make sure that we're educated on what we can do in the future. This does not mean that we need to move on all three items that he's going to present. You guys may want to just get your feet wet with one. But he's going to go over 3 online options that the board could consider. And this is not in lieu of an in-house. This is in addition to in-house, right? So CPE providers can and will still be able to give in-house classes for those who choose to. We will not mandate that a CPE program give an online class. This will be specifically up to the provider themselves. Matt, if you want to address the board. Thank you so much for being here, Matt. We certainly appreciate it.
Sure.
Privilege.
I'm sorry, so hot here.
It's all right. Jack's not here, you can't tell how much we're sweating there. First of all, while we're now face to face, I just want to take a second and say thank you for the vote of confidence for us to be your new curriculum provider starting next year. So, Keith just got fun. So we appreciate that. We're already hard at work. I've already reached out to all of the providers as well, so they have direct access to me for comments, suggestions, things that we can do to help them, because ultimately they're the ones that has to use this tool that you've asked us to provide. So I think that's very important. But thank you for that vote of confidence. For online CE, I live in that tension. I'm just the right age that I live between 2 generations. And there's a part of me that is just old school enough that I believe face-to-face, looking people eye to eye, just can't be beat as far as education goes. At the same time, I'm young enough to realize everything is electronic now, and COVID, all it did was went ahead and just kicked us off the cliff that was already coming. We all know it was already coming. And there's a trade-off to be made between that direct contact, and still I believe if it's done well, you can't beat that direct interaction with people in the same room. But the whole world is changing, right? And we have to change along with it. So the trick becomes, how do you provide flexibility Because multiple times here, it's the one recurring theme I've heard in a lot of the discussions today, is we don't want to put in barriers for people to be plumbers or to meet the requirements, right? The high expectations. So online education is a way to help knock that down a little bit. So let me kind of outline 3 possibilities, and there are endless variations of this, right? But for simplicity, I kind of think about online as 3 steps, and what Ashley just described, what you all did, which I think is exactly the right thing for the pandemic, is I kind of call it crawling. You know, okay, we got an electronic version of the curriculum, so that's kind of crawling. The first option I'll give is what I call kind of the walking. Okay, let's go ahead and stand up. And that one is that you make it to where someone has an option to download the curriculum, and usually whenever things are done online, there's some mechanism of responding to questions. You can call it a quiz, whatever you'd like, but that is also right there as well, so that they can read, answer the questions to show that they kind of got it, that they did it, and then they move on. So that's what I would call kind of the walking stage. The jogging stage would be the next one up from that, which is the same thing except you add in perhaps some kind of a visual aspect to it. Videos of somebody teaching the material, or focus groups discussing the material, or something like that. So for those people who are much more visual, just want to see things moving and just hear it rather than trying to read it, that gives another option, still usually with some way to prove that they were actually paying attention, that they were there for the process. Then the third step, which I'd say goes from jogging on up to running, is full-blown live online education, which certainly just got a huge jump in the middle of the COVID. But I would call that, running. Even with all the technologies and Zoom and everything else, that's still both the instructors and the folks taking the course have to kind of amp it up as far as their ability to deal with modern technologies. And in other contexts, we do all of those. My personal opinion would be kind of go through the phases. Don't jump too far. Make sure you get one, and then everybody kind of goes with it and kind of keep working your way up the steps. So personally, I would tend to advise, let's start simpler and move up. One other thing that I mentioned for our involvement, because again, our primary involvement is as the provider of the materials, is we don't want to in any way be competing with your providers, with our providers in Louisiana. We want to be providing them with material, not becoming their competitor as an online in any way. So the thing that I would mention, and kind of my bias, and you may want to go a different path, but my bias would be that if this is the case, we can certainly provide, especially those first 2 steps, just download and answer questions, or if it's download and video and answer questions, that we can provide the platform for that, since we have the material and we have the platform already. We have a full-blown learning management system. We invested heavily in that over the last year, a full year before anybody even heard of COVID. We already had that in place. And the idea would be there that we can make that available in a branded solution, so that, for example, any particular provider could give a link to their course that would be, we would be hosting it, but it would be their logo, all of their information, but the same course that everybody would be taking. A variation of that would be is to not in any way break off the direct relationship connection that anybody has. Is maybe instead of they purchase that directly from us, they purchase it through their provider, who gives them a code to do it on our site. So that would be another way to help whatever type of organization it is, keep that close contact with their clients. We don't want to get in the way of that either. We like to provide kind of a solution to facilitate that. So I just threw a whole bunch of info at you, so let me just stop right there, and I can see Trey's already ready to ask me a question. So
take them back. In Texas, it's option 1 is what's being used over there for correspondence, or what do they use? That's what I recall. What do they use?
That's a little bit of a loaded question, Trey. Technically, in Texas, none of these options are available. You'd be ahead of the state of Texas. What you're referring to is that in Texas, we basically did option 1 and argued that it fell within the idea of a correspondence course, and the board agreed. But they have never formally approved anything online.
But that format is option 1.
Practically what we do right now is option 1, with the difference being we also mail the book.
Right.
Which is because that's what makes it a correspondence course, which my personal opinion is superfluous at this point of mailing the book still. Other questions?
Ashley.
Not a question, just a comment. The board does need to keep in mind, obviously, we're here to do whatever's best for the trade. But something to keep in mind, currently, the providers, they pay the State Plumbing Board $25 per CP person, per licensee, I'm sorry. They also are purchasing the actual physical book. Eventually, and they will continue to purchase books, but eventually I would imagine that we would get to a point where most of your people would want to complete some type of online option, whatever that is that we get there. So the board needs to consider that, how that's going to be handled, whether or not, that's revenue that the board feels that is best to let go of for the betterment of the trade, or how it intends to handle that in the future. But I'm just putting a tick in your ear. But I do think that, I would hate to see us slide back into in-house only. Even though what we've done this year is not phenomenal by any means, I think it's a huge step in the right direction and where we should be headed.
Can I ask a question? What has been our numbers in terms of who's used the online because of COVID? Whatever we've had, do we have some sense of that?
We just started receiving rosters last week from providers. So what that specific number is, I don't know. We're still in the process of the providers saying, yes, this is our process of how we're going to handle it. While we approved it during the COVID time, the phase 1, I mean, your providers still had to have time to put everything together. So to answer your question, I just started getting rosters of people starting to take that online. So I don't know that I have a clear.
For PHCC, out of all the registrations that we have, and as we know, everyone procrastinates. So I think this is a trend that we'll see in this percentage, but right now it's about 50-50 on who is registering for classes that are going to be starting in September and who is registering for correspondence. We just turned in our first roster for everything from May and June. So that's what we're looking at.
So that's at least a good approximation, which tells you that there's definitely a need for this kind of program. I mean, let me just sort of tell you what other industries do, right? We have mandated CLE, and the concern that is always in place when you have a program that's going to an online program is, are folks actually going to do the program? Or are they going to let it run in the background and just take the test at the end? Because that is one thing you avoid with in-person presence at these programs, is that folks have to be there. Of course, they could be on their phones, they could be on their computers. You can't necessarily mandate that they pay attention, but you get a little closer. I'll tell you what I know what the CLE, the Continuing Legal Education Program, does. We're allowed to take a certain amount of our training online, and then some has to be done in person. And you wouldn't want to do that because you don't do enough of it, but you could perhaps consider saying that 1 out of every 5 years you have to do an in-person session, or something like that. That might be like a mixture, but I do think you're missing the boat if you're not going to offer online options going forward. It's a huge savings in time for your folks.
Yeah, I got a quick question, I guess. So what would prevent our CP providers from doing a Zoom class or a GoToMeeting and teaching the book directly online to people who dial in?
What would prevent the board?
Is that, I mean, would that meet the online expectation?
So, I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking what would prevent them from actually giving, instead of in-house, but giving it on video for Zoom live. That is an option. So there's 3 options that the board can really take part in.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but I guess they have the materials already.
Yes.
So they could, what more materials would they need to teach?
It would just be board approval as far
Okay.
as
Well, it was sounding to me like they would need more materials to do something online than they're getting already.
Well, what does happen online, if you are not doing the Zoom, if you're just getting the book, how we navigate to ensure that we're not just giving away CPE hours is that they have to take that written exam. So we know that they're having to at least look in this book, to fill out this 180, question, exam. So as far as Zoom Live, they're able to see, people who, who signed up, that someone is physically there. I think there is no exam for, or suggested exam for a Zoom.
Yeah, you can do it either way. So, Jacob, what you're describing is really on up to the number 3 option that I outlined. But when you ask what's the material they don't have, no, it's to go ahead and give the electronic material so that somebody can download the book if they wanted it, if you want to do that.
Right.
And then, as I mentioned, you have 1,000 options, because you could do that and say, well, as long as they were logged in the whole time, they're good. Or after they're logged in, they still have to do the exam. I mean, there's any kind of variations there, and that's more about your comfort with ensuring that folks are actually engaged in the course. In some of your settings, in particular here, where it's possible to have a CE course of 200, even 250 people, for any way for you to know whether or not all those folks were engaged in Zoom is, I'm sorry, Zoom is wonderful, but it has limitations when you start getting that big.
Well, right, and 200
so just know people are actually there.
Right, but 200 people in a room probably isn't that much different.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But the presumption would be you have more staff.
I'm just saying that they're there, but they're not.
Comment on the course. I've already done 4 classes, and I had to be sold out because of restrictions. So
live courses, you mean you've done?
Yeah, I've done 4 live courses that have been sold out. Every single one of them between 25 people, and they've been setting up for the next one. Only had 2 people who had signed up for the corresponding course. We were sending the materials, so my classes are filling up right now because I started early. But they're smaller classes. I mean, I can't go to a hotel, they'll tell me the limit, and then I have to cut it off. But I'm advising, and they really, I get a lot out of that online, just one-on-one with people, and they enjoy the class too. Yeah. So that's my opinion.
So I'll comment on what he's speaking of, because I've done it firsthand for, I guess, 5 years now on this option 1 that we're just talking about. It's very easy, because I'm not a huge technology savvy person, and basically you log on to the website. You have 2 options. I believe I have 2 options. You can download the book. You pay the same price. You can download the book, or you can get the book shipped to you, which I get the book shipped to me. And you go through it, and you have to answer whatever it is, 180 questions. It's in order of the book. You go through and answer the questions. It's impossible. I was thinking of ways of how you could skirt your CPE hours using option 1, and really the only way you could do it would be to do it as a group and go through the book together, but you have to go through the book to answer the questions.
Or have somebody else do it for you.
Or have somebody else do it.
Let's be fair, or have somebody else do it.
But somebody has to do it, either as a group or.
It sounds like one person did it and shared it with everybody else.
So somebody, somebody has to. What's that?
I'm gonna send my book to you to do.
Okay, all right, there's a fee for that. But it's very easy. You can fax the form in. You can do it online with your code, and they'll grade it online. But I definitely like it. I think it has to be thought of where you can make sure that everybody does their CPE. But it's a very good program. In terms, I wanted to address the revenue concern that you spoke of. I don't think there would ever be a reason to lose the book revenue, because you could charge for the download or the book, because you're still getting the receiving the publication.
So what we could do instead, because I know that's an issue where we're purchasing too many books or they're less this year, what the board could consider is maybe having that payment after the end of the year, so that we're keeping up with the number of people, what program, we're already doing that, y'all are sending that to us, and so at the end of the year we say, okay, they had X amount of people. Here are, eventually, here are X amount of people, $25 per download, or whatever the case may be. So I think you're definitely on the right track. That makes sense, Trey. Thank you.
And even if you do a Zoom class, my wife does continuing education for where she works, and they do basically what you call option 2, I believe, where you're looking at a video of somebody presenting something. But even in that video, you can't just turn it on and walk away. Throughout that video, there are pop-up questions that have to be answered. So on a Zoom presentation where you have to do pop-up questions in that Zoom video to make sure everybody is in there engaged. You know, and I think what Zoom calls that, what do they
It's
call
like
it?
a polling.
Polling. You have to have like polling questions, and you can tell whoever's monitoring it, who doesn't do the polling question, you know who's going to answer the polling questions or whoever from the registration.
Yeah.
So you have to do that even in a Zoom class.
Our,
to do that.
on option 2, where somebody's just watching the video, actually, our solution to that is less even complex than that. So if it's kind of on demand, which is what that is,
Yeah.
option 2 is on demand, where you kind of watch it as you want to. And somebody can stop, go away, and they can come back and finish it the next day, which is one of the beauties. The way we do that is we just break it up into 15-minute increments.
Yeah.
And it goes 15 minutes and stops. If they've walked away, okay, it just stopped. And it ain't going again until somebody's back at the computer and telling it to go again. So you don't even have to get as complicated as all that. You just make it stop. So as I said, there's thousands of options here. I just kind of gave you the kind
Are
of.
we taking a vote for approval? Is that what we're doing?
So, like I said, there's a couple of different things. Our new CPE provider, you know, is suggesting we get our feet wet. I am also of the opinion, we have a lot of new things coming out. We're already doing the first option. You know, I think you need to let people get acclimated with it. And all of the providers are not big on online, but I think 50% of the trade who does want it, we would be doing a disservice just to ignore, you know, stepping forward. So maybe the board wants to look into just this first option for the next year, and then you have time to really talk about what do we want for these Zoom classes? What are going to be our rules? What are, you know, what does the board want to see for the trade? But yeah, or you could decide not to do anything. That's completely at your pleasure.
Yeah, what's our pleasure?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm still a little light on details, you know, to me, that's kind of where a lot of the critical things are. Is this talking about us buying additional material for them to use for that?
No, the first option, so the book that we approved, the topics today, it's the same book that, it's not the same book. We have a new provider, but we are producing a CPE book that, you know, much like we do every year.
Right.
If we're not producing any additional material, we still have what's called a correspondence course. Those who, for whatever reason, are, you know, in the military or out of state or not working and they miss that CPE year, they can take what's called a correspondence course. It's $300. They take it on the same topics that they missed. They're graded and they are awarded their CPE hours. So we're taking that and saying, you know, instead of just doing it for out-of-state people or people who can't make it, let's do it for the everyday guy who doesn't want to spend his Saturday in a class and wants to get the actual book and the questions that we already provide sent to them in an electronic format, answer these questions, be graded upon these questions, just as we do now, except now it will be the CPE provider's responsibility to do that, and we award them their CPE hours. Does that?
I can tell you, and it's not first CPE, but when the local PHCC chapter went to online, those guys, they pitched a fit. They wanted to be live. I mean, finally, I just told them, we're out of here. You know, this is what we're doing. And the next time, everybody loved it except for one person, because they could do what they wanted to do, and they could leave and come back to it. You know, so technology, people fight it at first, but once they get into it, you got some of them that just loved it. And in that example there, out of all the kids, you know, only one person said, well, I like it better, but he said, but I do kind of like, you know, stop from doing it on my own. product, am I right, Crystal?
And he's
Yeah, well, I
referring to
guess-
apprentices.
When I was thinking about additional materials, we were talking about if they're online, watching videos and so forth. I assume those things don't exist, they have to be developed, right?
Yes, if you said, okay, we'll do the online, basically the same correspondence you're doing, we're gonna choose that, and we're gonna choose the second option of watching the actual video. Yes, that would still, need to be, put together based upon, the topics each year that the committee chooses, correct, Matt?
The first option is just using the same book that would be done live, except shipping the book to the home or downloading the book online and answering questions about that same book that would be done in the live course.
And who develops, the questions would be the same for everybody.
One of the details I don't think ever really came out as part of the staff discussion, but the book that we're going to be providing to you will have module questions anyway, which basically would take the place of the additional correspondence course process before. That's basically becoming one, because we put them there. We think it's a great teaching tool no matter what to have review questions. So the material's already there. So
I guess
there's no additional piece.
So if somebody signed up for the correspondence course through a CP provider, they'd get a book, whatever, but what would they turn in? They just turn in answers to questions?
He's right. That is a huge thing that I completely skipped over. It would actually be less material. Right now, we send them a book and a test booklet, okay, two separate things. What Matt's company has designed is a book with perforated questions in the back of that book. So technically, you are sending them one document, right? So everything is there. Even if they want an actual book in hand, you're not paying to send this book and test booklet. You are sending one book with all of the information with the perforated in the back, or you're sending them one electronic copy, which is the book and the answers after.
Go ahead, sorry.
What would prevent them from, Jason ordered his book,
Right.
and I ordered my book, and I said, I ain't got time to go through it, just give me your
Give
answer.
your answers, exactly. That's where I was going.
So, that case, and then also, is there a time frame that people have to be able to, once they receive their book, is there a time frame? Can they wait 6 months before they turn in their test, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's all details
Yeah,
around
it's pretty
your rules.
loose.
That's the rules about how you use the tool, so.
Do you have any recommendations of how to skirt some of the go-arounds?
Well, and I actually, what your first concern was exactly what I kind of put back on Trey a second ago, was let's be fair. Yes, anytime you go to a mailed or a downloaded product, you do have the potential that somebody does exactly what you just said, is have somebody else do it for you. But guess what? You already have that every time you send a correspondence course. You have no idea who actually did it. You already have that now. So that,
Well, but not
an
for
issue.
everybody, though.
It's not, it is an issue, but it's not a new issue. And you're right, it's not.
Yeah, but it's not, yeah, I mean, it's a small scale.
You're right, you're right. So it is a concern. Carl, I think it was you that mentioned that, heaven forbid, at some point, we have to remember we're part of a licensed profession. And that you are hoping that we're doing that. But let's face it, there are some folks that are gonna cheat,
Well, how do you insure it for anything online?
Yeah.
I mean, we can't.
Well, you have, I'm licensed as well, and so they do a lot of stuff online, but there are checks and balances, like you say, the 15-minute interval, where at least they do have to sit through the whole thing, I mean, that's certainly a more foolproof process than, hey, here's a blank answer sheet, just fill it in.
So if we do a video, my point is, how do you, because the concern is for, it's, whatever you guys, presume is best. And honestly, we probably need to hear from the providers what they would, like to do before we make that decision. But, if we want to go the video route, how do we determine that that's that person behind the video?
Guys, I don't want to open this can of worms, because it's not, but I've been in CP classes where half the class got their book and left.
Yeah.
So at some point in time, I think we have to say we're adults, we're supposed to be professionals, and if you cheat, that's on you.
I think that's a question.
When we're talking about if we do the first option, there's no additional expense to what you all are doing, correct? Or am I missing that?
Yes and no. we would still be providing the content, which is part of what, is being paid for as part of our contract. In this case, we would be hosting it as well, so there is some additional work there. However, the reality is, depending on which one of these you were to pick, what our discussions have been is to make sure basically everybody financially is still whole. I mean, yes, we still get compensated for our material, and we would get compensated some more for the fact that we're providing the technical support for delivering it. However, whatever that additional cost is far outweighed by the fact that as providers, they don't have to pay for a hotel room and a meal and all that kind of stuff. So it's still going to be less expensive for them, and the board can still get the same revenue it does now. Worst case scenario is for the plumbers, it's the same. Best case is it might actually be a little bit less expensive. But again, that depends on which option you pick and what kind of rules you want to put around it for us to figure out the economics of that.
Hold on, Keith, 1
Option
second.
one, you would be sending out the option one?
No, we would provide the online support for option one.
Okay, so
Then-
you'd still be a provider sending all that stuff out.
If it's sent at all, and that's again, this is where it comes back to you deciding if you want to do this, how you do it. You may decide you don't need to send the book if they can download it. If they're doing it online, download it. What's the point of sending a book?
Right.
Or you could decide, yes, a book has to be sent. If that's the case, that mailing of the book will have to be back to your individual providers. We're not in a position to become a shipping house for everybody, no.
Okay, I got another question.
Wait, hold on 1 second, Keith. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but Jason has been patiently with his hand up. Jason, can
I
you-
was just gonna ask, like on your, with your database for your questions, so, if you have, a list of questions for module one, whenever someone buys the code, could you have more, maybe, twice the amount of questions that randomly, when Jay buys his code, would generate that amount of questions? And when I buy my book, it would generate a different amount of questions, and that would prevent that.
Yes.
And that would be a checks and balance there. Just like when kids show up to take the ACT or somebody shows up, they got a different test next to the person. They don't have the same test.
That's a
Or
great.
even in different orders,
Yeah,
or
that's what I'm
different
saying, like a
numbers.
randomizer, it just
Yeah.
would mix it up.
It's a
and
great
you don't
question,
know.
and there's another question that goes with it whenever I
Okay.
give you the answer is yes, absolutely, because our system's a full learning management system. Let's say you want a module to be 25 questions. We could put 100 in there, and it'll randomly pick which 25 that person gets. Absolutely, that's possible. What that also does is if you think about it, if you start trying to do online questions, you have the potential of, well, they have to get enough of them right. So basically you have a grading concept, and what happens if somebody fails? Well, they have to take it again. And so again, if it's 100 questions and only picking 25, they're going to get a different set of questions, not just go back through the same one. So that's a longer way to say yes, and in fact, you can put a lot more logic behind that.
It's not pass fail. It's just a checks and balance. I was
Yes,
thinking
sir.
about it, if
Yes, sir, that's
that's
correct.
available, that may be.
It is absolutely possible, and that actually would be fairly easy to do.
What exactly do the providers, I'd like to hear from the providers and what they, because, I mean, Jake makes a very valid point, but I would like to hear.
I like the option that he said about the Zoom, but have only a certain amount of people who could sign up for that one class for Zoom. Like, you can't have 100 people. I did 40 people from my school, and you got to watch every single one of them, and they can raise their hand and ask questions. It's a lot, but I don't think if they're there watching it, and you got somebody watching it, monitoring, you got 10 people, and they're there and they're asking questions. I mean, they're participating. Listen, I had a full-blown 40 people class. It was a lot on me, but man, we got some questions asked. They did their work. They even showed me their work, and I said, show it closer, put the light on. Okay, good. All right, yeah, you got the problem right. And then they even talked. When they talked, they popped up. It was,
I agree, but you can't, there are 9 providers, 9. You are not going to be able to, I understand the concept of why you should have smaller classes, but you can't push 10,000 people. I mean, how many people, if you cut it down to 40 people, there's no way that we would be able to push through 10,000 people, and that's what you would be doing. They would be getting no good material. We would be pushing through 10,000 people through 9 providers, and I don't think our providers are ready to handle that over a year span, you know, at 40 people a class,
That's what I,
you know,
I
that's
like,
the only.
I like smaller classes, you know, it becomes a community.
To Jake's point, I think as PHCC, and any of the board members in the room, please correct me, we are definitely in support. Matt and I had a very good conversation that we are definitely in support for the online and what those different options would have looked like. But as far as a fiscal approach to it for PHCC, my question would be, is it in the CEA, and I should have looked at this before we came today, is it in the CEA or is it in the rules that we are required, which is waived this year because of COVID, that we are required in the different regions to hold a live class?
Yes, it is in the rules, yes.
It is in the rules.
Yes.
So to answer that question, from PHCC's point of view, while any of these options would be a great added benefit, fiscally, we are still gonna have some of those expenses as long as we are still required to hold a live class in each of those regions of the state.
So I'm already kind of ahead of that, okay? So what I'm trying to do today is allow us to continue to do what we are doing. I don't want to take a step back, right? We're already doing this. You're going to see in 2021 what those numbers look like. In the meantime, there are a lot of things that need to be done. What are our requirements for Zoom? You know, if you are doing that, you're still, you know, by rule, you're still obligated to those 7 regions, which the board would have to amend that rule. So there's a lot more that goes into it. Basically what the board, really the only option the board has today is make no motion and table it until August, you know, or agree to allow us to continue using the correspondence course, whatever the case may be, and move on that. Those are really your 2 options. We're not ready to move on. I agree with the Zoom, but we're not ready.
Right, no, but I'll just say, I mean, I think the one reason we're doing what we're doing today is because it's like an emergency situation.
Yes.
I don't think that we would have just planned to do it this way from the start. And so I think what we're talking about is something more permanent, and so I think it needs to be thought through a lot more rather than just continuing to do something where in an emergency situation. Trying to help people, you know, get hours in so they can renew, and we don't have to extend renewal periods and
Jake,
all those other complications.
From my perspective, if you want to do anything, and again, we're not pushing this, I'm just trying to help facilitate options here, is if the board decided they wanted to go through any of these, is kind of settle on the flavor of one of these, you know, kind of how sophisticated do you want to get, and then we would need to go back and flesh out, okay, here's the details of what that would look like, you know, for another meeting. That would be my assumption.
Let me put a motion on the table in the effort of time here. I want to present a motion to authorize the use of online CPE for 2021 with the details to be determined by a committee appointed by the chairman and a review of the rule regarding the live hosting of classes in Louisiana.
Well, I guess you need a second, or we need a question?
Second.
You need a second.
I'll second it. You could.
Well, I mean, to me, to approve it in advance without knowing what the committee's gonna develop, I mean, I think all that has to be approved by the board as well.
Yes, I think that's what the intent is. The committee would have to present the details with the rules of how it's going to work, kind of what flavor this is going to be, how it's going to be.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it does need to go to a committee to.
Basically, Trey's saying we're not going back.
Right.
So do you want, so is what he's saying, he wants to amend the motion just to clarify that whatever the committee comes up with would have to come before the board for final approval?
Yes.
Right.
So he wants, so he's gonna amend the motion to say, to clarify that, and so you need a second on your amendment.
Okay. I need a second.
All right, I'll second it.
Keith, did you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just as a point of clarification on point. You already have a committee staff.
Well, I'd say that's who, yeah.
Well, but for online specifically?
Huh?
Well, we got a continuing education
You have
committee.
a continuing education committee already established,
Yeah.
which is their role to do this.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I was gonna do. I was
That's
gonna
the
sign
committee
this
we're
to-
going to.
Yeah, I was gonna sign this to the continuing education committee, which Jake said he's happy to be a part of now.
Well, I wasn't born.
You're trying not to get something added, Jake, you just went backwards.
All right. a motion and a second, do have a vote? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion passed. Like I said, we'll turn this over to the Education Committee and decide exactly what the final details are.
We're to help however we can.
Appreciate it, Matt. Thank you. Did you get that, Ashley?
Yes. The CBE committee will review and report to the board regarding the rule and
Well done.
protocol. And I'm so sorry, Jay.
Terry Chair?
All right.
Do we have to have a, license on our website?
Well, yeah. All right, consumer review website meeting. What this was about was, I was wondering if we could get the enforcement officers, when they're checking, you know, when they're going online, checking Google, Yelp, Craig, Facebook even. Okay, when you see somebody assuming to do plumbing repairs, I would like for the plumbing board to give them a email address. That's a state plumbing board email address. So when they see somebody on there that's not licensed, they can go on there and say, this is not, they can, on their review, on their review, they could go on there and, as a state plumbing board enforcement officer, say, this is not a licensed plumbing contractor. Okay, because as you know, Matt's a perfect example, Pierre's perfect. These guys, you know, we hear all the time, why aren't y'all out there getting people that aren't licensed, you know? And I think that, because I don't want them to put their personal email address at risk. I would like for them to have a state plumbing board email address. No, Stephen?
I don't think you can do it.
You don't think so?
No, sir. I don't think you can go into somebody else's website. and-
No, I'm not going on their website, no, I'm saying, just like Google reviews.
Yeah, you can post it on Facebook or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. No, like Google, Yelp, even Facebook, where it says review this business, you put on there, this is, you know, as a representative of the state plumbing board, this is not a licensed plumbing contractor. You know, it would just be a review.
Well, but, so I think there's a caveat though, right? They would have to be advertising for plumbing work.
Well, they do.
Well, they do, and they're not licensed. then they
Google's
should-
Facebook's all about.
Yeah. Craigslist is full of people that's not licensed.
I do want to remind the board, Terry, I'm sorry, the council looked at this back in 14. So the issue, we can definitely do that. That request, if that's what the board chooses to do, you can do. However, Angie's List, just like we have these guys come, and they are not technically, they're not liable because Angie's List is the one posting.
No, we get that. The thing is, with Angie's List, does accept reviews.
So you're just.
So you could go on Angie's List and say, at the review section, this is not a state licensed plumbing contractor. I'm not saying Angie's just gonna say, oh, we're gonna pull them because they don't have the LLP number. All I'm saying is go on their review section.
So other people can see their.
Right, because people check reviews. Believe me, they check reviews. And you go on there and say, this is not a Louisiana state licensed plumbing contractor.
But, so Terry, let me ask you this though, if we identify one like that, if we have enough information to make that review, wouldn't we also be referring them to enforcement as well?
Well, no, that's what I'm asking the enforcement officer to do that. But see, that's another avenue to get to, because people check reviews, all right? And if they see, you know, when they're looking and they're trying to find somebody, and if they see in that review that that's not a licensed plumbing contractor, they'll say, I'll go to the next one. But see, everybody accepts reviews. Yelp does, Angie's List, Google, all of them do.
I hear what you're saying. My concern, I'll tell you from legal what my concern would be. Two concerns. One, if someone makes a mistake and they are in fact licensed and we are representing on behalf of the plumbing board on some review that they're not, and they can demonstrate that we have, you know, falsely malign their name and cost them business, there could be some legal liability. So if we're gonna do that, we've gotta be sure we
Well,
don't
no,
make a
that's-
mistake. And then my second caveat would be, then you have to have follow-up, because if
Right.
that contractor later does become licensed,
Right.
so let's say they come into enforcement, they get a citation, they go get their master license, that would have to be removed.
Okay.
You can't, so
Well,
we, so.
There's an action for that. You can go on each one of these and you can remove and you can modify your reviews.
So you just have to do it in a very careful way to avoid potential liability.
Well, but let me ask you this, so those reviews would have a time date stamp, right?
Yes, they do.
So, I mean, when that review was made, that should be accurate. I mean, and that's why I'm thinking there needs to be an enforcement reference with every review so that you do have that track. And if it turns out they are, you modify it. But otherwise, I think if it was said at a certain point and it was true, I don't know that you have to go and modify it. It really would be on them.
Well,
They
yeah,
got
they
licensed
could,
after the
they
fact.
could come back and ask you, hey, look, I'm licensed now, can you
Yeah.
have that review? And you can do that, yeah, you can, as long, because your email address coincide, it coincides with that review.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want her to make reviews without having enforcement referrals
Well,
that
no.
verify what.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, that's what I'm asking the enforcement officers, because they can find out who's licensed and not licensed.
When I do it personally, as an enforcement officer, and I say that they're not licensed, I'm doing it as Jim York.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it on behalf of the state plumbing board.
Right.
Where I know what you're trying to say is us contact the state plumbing board and let the state plumbing board do.
No, I want you to have a state plumbing board email address.
Oh,
Because
okay.
that way you're not being attacked
Okay.
personally by the person that you're turning in.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying.
On the website, to combat that, could you have a place on the website, like under contact us, like to report fraudulent advertising? And then if you grant it, the public could be aware, all the plumbers would run across it, screenshot it, or take a picture of the link, upload it to the website, and whoever's in charge of the enforcement of that, it would just be emailed to them, and then that way it would be turned over to them. If it been progressed to where it was fraudulent and we had to, or the plumbing board had to act on behalf and to get them to pull it down, then they could post and say, please contact the plumbing board. This is not, this advertisement, you're not licensed, needs to be taken down within 15 days or whatever.
This is the other side of the online movement.
So, that way puts it back into, and people can report it and without, or, without having to.
And things like that, word gets around and, word gets around and people see we're doing, there's something that's proof's in the pudding that we're doing something. And
Yeah, we
believe
can
me-
always have like a secondary check before the
Well,
review
no,
is
the
made. you
the
know.
enforcement, they do it all the time, checking on master plumber line, they know.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
But I wanna protect them so nobody's attacking them personally through
Right.
their personal email address.
But there's a place on the website where you could, click, say, report a fraudulent ad, and it comes up and it lets you upload a snapshot or let, the web link or whatever it was, and you send it, and then he gets it, or whoever gets it, they would immediately get it by email with the, whatever it's still about. And then he would be able, to investigate it then, and then determine if he needs to make a move or whether he does, Instead of letting him try to find every one of them, then all.
Well, they're
of them
doing,
come
yeah,
together.
they're doing that, believe me, they're checking
Oh, I'm
master
not-
plumber line.
I think that email address, that is an additional cost for us to give them email addresses, which I think is a good idea for them to have a state plumbing board email address, number one, because it's gonna take some responsibility off of staff, because right now, we're ciphering through all, everything. It can be sent directly to them. We're paying a provider that we can link wherever this parish is, it goes directly to them. And what it does is it cuts down on time that we have to. Now, as far as the review, how you guys want to handle that, again, what is our legal ramifications if we make a mistake and they find a loophole? I don't know. We have to be prepared to handle that.
report that they're not a licensed plumber, and they are, and they lose business as a result, you have liability.
I know, no, I get it, but we can find that out, and that's, Steve, I know they all do it, you know. Bill?
You know, I'm just gonna say, you know, interestingly enough, you'd be shocked at how much of this kind of gets handled by the public. Because
No.
I guess what I'm saying is, in one of the cases where there's an unlicensed plumber that we've been chasing him around for years.
3 years.
And in the comments, there's all this stuff, this guy's not even licensed, you should check, go on the plumbing board website. Those aren't from us, those are the public.
Yeah.
Because, so, now, it may take a while to catch up with them, and that may not be good, but I guess what I'm saying is, we just have to make sure that if we're gonna do this, we are understanding that we're undertaking potential future liability. Not that it's a high risk, but it is potential future liability.
I think it shows a sign of goodwill for our customers who are the plumbing contractors.
And that may be, therefore, justify the risk. That may justify the risk.
Because I think our enforcement officers are diligent and they're thorough, and they wouldn't reply to.
Well, Terry, yeah, I mean, I tend to like it. I think we should just develop a policy on how it will be implemented. You know, and maybe that could just be brought back to the next meeting. We can sort of approve the way that staff and enforcement officers can implement something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I would like to make a motion to get them all email addresses.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, give us some email address. And can we, in the meantime, set up some procedures administratively as far as
How that might work?
on how it might work?
Sure, I can definitely come up with something. So to be clear, we want the enforcement officers, when they come across and they are 100% sure that this company is not a duplicate, or whatever the case may be, that this company is this company, that they are commenting on whatever site it is that says this company is not licensed.
Well, why can't we just postpone it long enough to begin an enforcement procedure against them? You contact them and say, you're advertising as a plumber, you're not, before you post that. What's that, 30 days?
They're gonna make up some ground. They're gonna make up some ground.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the comments probably will motivate them a little bit more, a little bit quicker, for sure.
I can tell you, customers read reviews, and time does sometimes take care of things, but sometimes things don't, because, you know, we go to customer, look, I'm in this service center, Carl is, Trey, and we get customers all the time. Well, if I'd have known, you know, if I'd have known, they were on Google or they were on Yelp or whatever, yeah, because just like you said, they don't require L&P numbers. Now, YP does, okay, but those other ones don't. So I think it would benefit us to, you know, because enforcement officers they're already looking at them. When they know that this is not a licensed plumbing contractor, they ought to be able to post a review saying this is not a Louisiana State licensed plumbing contractor.
So we are tabling this discussion
Yeah,
until
just
I
to-
provide,
To get some
guidance.
guidelines, yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Yep.
Oh, we need a second, please.
What's the second?
I seconded Jake's motion to provide email addresses to the board.
Oh, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Actually, M, O, and T are you.
Okay, all right. This is my request. We had already talked about the natural gas practical in October, but this is my request to set an official date for all of the new exams. Again, DJ is diligently working on those exams. We will have them ready with candidate bulletins by November. Is that correct, DJ? I've asked for November. This is that my request. Do what?
So I appreciate the extra time.
No, I appreciate that extra time. You're doing me a favor. But in order for me to see this through administratively, I'm asking today that the board allow me to start a new exam date of January 2021. Do you have any questions?
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
Thank you. We've discussed this since we are moving to the 2015 code cycle. This is a request to also update, an official request, to update the tradesman exam to the 2015. I've already spoken with DJ. I know that there was a lot of heartburn regarding the number of material associated with the tradesman exam. However, at the time, it was a necessary evil for that exam. I think DJ, you and I have established that there will not be 7 reference materials needed to take that exam. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And today we're just asking for a motion to be able to proceed with that.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Thank you. O, it is also for the International Fuel Gas Code. Obviously, we are aware that we are on the 2015 code cycle. We want to make sure when we roll out exams, all of the new written exams, that we're on the suggested or legal code cycle here. This is a request to allow DJ to continue, or NITC to continue, DJ, to update those written exams to reflect 2015 International Fuel Gas Code.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
Thank you. P, we have discussed this before. I think you all know, I don't make the decisions, but I think you all know I've had a lot to say about this request. I apologize to the providers. I know that we look at it differently, so I apologize now for the fact that, I am not on board, but there is a request for it. Every year we do a continuing professional education train the trainer event. You are required to come to this class. If for some reason you're not able to come to this class, you are not able to teach, right? The issue is that things come up. People have emergencies where they can't attend, but I've also seen more people just decide that they don't want to attend, and I battle, people trying to sign other people in this year. The request on the table is whether or not we should have a secondary CPE makeup for those who cannot attend. I had spoke to all of you Zoom and the meeting before. The reason that I have some heartburn with it is from obviously a budgetary standpoint, and the fact that we bring Matt in from Texas and his group for that. If the board so chooses to have that, then you also need to decide how that'll be handled. Where will we rent to provide this education? What the cost will be to bring Matt in. So that's what the request on the table is.
Yeah, guys, I mean, I think we've discussed this, and I don't think this is a feasible thing, but what the board decides.
I agree. Yeah, I don't see any reason.
So what's the motion? Time?
Yes, that's my motion.
Second? Second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
All right. Examination uniform attire. I've asked Ashley to get together, cost on what it would cost to have state plumbing board shirts. I got Keith coming in with Def Leppard t-shirts. I got Carl here with Motley Crue, and I got Ashley coming in with Eat More Possum shirts. So I want to see if we can get state plumbing board logo shirts. I don't care if it's t-shirts, polo shirts, whatever. I just think we'd be more professional if so when people walk in through that door, they take their exam, they'll know that's the guy we got to go to because we know he's with the state plumbing board.
So
What's
we,
your name on?
yes, no.
No, because
You had asked for the
Yeah.
cost, I'm sorry. For the shirts, I think we had requested something much like what the enforcement officers wear in material, something light. Those shirts are roughly $45 a piece. There are 17 custodians and examiners, board members. You're looking at the badge logo, the sleeve logo, total of $1,600 to provide those shirts. In addition, I've asked that in your motion, should you motion to approve, that you also set in place how we replace that. Is that the board's at board cost if it is lost or stolen, or are they paying to replace that shirt?
Are you proposing a button-down shirt or a polo shirt?
That is the suggestion on the table right now, is a shirt. Can you stand up for me? I'm so sorry. Just like the enforcement officer.
I didn't get to see it back, I don't have one yet. I like it,
I especially like the cock tip. Yeah, that's the best one.
it didn't matter to me what kind of shirt. I just wanted something with the state plumbing board exam. So, do you guys?
What about like just a 2-button like polo shirt? I mean,
Well, that was
the right material. I mean, the thin, like not a thick cotton one.
Well, some of the guys like to have a pocket, and that's
Okay, well,
that's
that's fine.
yeah, that's why we set the button down that way they have a pocket.
But not in the pocket. Now, I can.
You're on the golf course, you have a collar.
Yeah, polos with pocket looks. As the fashionista on the board.
I know, okay, whatever, that's.
As he wears his purple shoes, Mr. Fashionista.
Over this.
Okay, so,
And how many shirts are we proposing per person? 1 or 2?
That's what I'm saying, you had 17 shirts for 1,600.
No,
So-
17 examiners.
so
17 examiners.
there's a total of, if each person, examiners, custodians, and board members receive one shirt, that is 26 shirts, and that's roughly $1,600. So that was my point. If they lose it or it's stolen, who is are you responsible for replacing it? If they lose it every 2 months, or is it the board's responsibility? I have no issue with the shirt, I just need to know how you choose for me to.
One thing, losing is one thing, but being torn or something, or just wear and tear. is another-
Well, I mean, could we just allocate like 1 new shirt per year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
All right, motion,
So move.
second,
Second.
all in favor?
Whatever it was.
Any opposed? All right, approved action.
Thank you so much.
All right, actually, CPE enforcement review.
I'm so sorry, Kevin. I'm so sorry. Okay, as you all know, there have been some issues within CPE, and Kevin, we're gonna let you state your case by all means. I know you and I have spoken, but it is our job as a board to ensure that we are enforcing CPE classes. It was the wish, you guys came to us last year and said, these things are happening, we want them enforced. It is not fair if our association is doing X, Y, Z and other CPE providers are not. You all had asked me to put in place a complaint system. What happens with that complaint system is once a complaint is filed, it is my job to investigate that complaint and bring that complaint to the board to let them, at their wish, what we should do with that provider. Now, there are a few things, and I'm going to tell you now. Yeah, Kevin does have a response, and he has since corrected these issues, but I want to bring forth these issues to the board because when providers do not follow what we put in place, especially in our CPA, it severely affects not only our board, but our licensees. I'm sorry, Kevin. Okay, so there's a few things that are going on with Kevin. He was contacted on behalf of myself, by Ashley. What we did, I'm so sorry, it's been a while since I ran a meeting. I was trying to see if I had that email, I do not. But this email consisted of roughly seven violations. One of them, a gentleman was cited for use of unlicensed personnel. Later, we came to find that the two gentlemen that were working for him were in fact in the apprenticeship program, in Kevin's program. We later determined, initially Kevin was complained regarding failure to register his apprentices. Since then, we have later found out that there is a process. So in the middle of this process of filing for their apprenticeship application, they were cited for it. A few of the other things were failure to send in the CPE roster in a timely manner. Again, that's not a suggested, that's a mandate in your CPA, right? So what happens is when we don't have the roster on time, we spent a lot of time last year spending the funds to send denying renewal of licensure, right? Because we don't have the roster yet, okay? What that then does is hold them up from renewing their licenses through the city, okay? Secondly, there were some issues with people being left off of the roster, okay? Which is also an issue. They're denied, we're stopping their work. Initially, and not initially, ultimately, the board has to deal with that. So, the licensee loses funds, we lost funds, okay? So this is Kevin's first time appearing before the board. Kevin and I have spoken regarding what took place, and he is here today to kind of discuss what took place, why it took place, and what measures he's taken to correct those, correct?
Ashley, what type of funds did the board lose dealing with this matter? Like what dollar figure?
I'd be lying if I told you. So but as far as the board is concerned, there was probably roughly, if I had to guess, between 85 and 100 people affected. That's not him leaving off the roster. That is including having to send them back because we didn't have the roster yet. So you're looking at roughly 55 cents per person. Then that licensee is spending, again, the money to send that renewal back. So you're looking at, $100 or more across the board. So a small amount, yes. And your man hours, of course.
Right.
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Well, first of all, again, I'm sorry for those inconveniences. I've been doing this for how many? 8 or 9 years?
7.
Huh? 7? And I usually do all of the roster stuff myself. And basically brought my daughter in, and we basically been trying to transfer, and when I do the transfer, I missed out a couple of times, so that was one of the issues. Second of all, was not double checking. She would double check to see for their license, like if they had a gas fitter license. The first year we had that, I basically I kept everybody 4.5 hours. Because they were in between taking tests and stuff, and I couldn't leave, didn't know who was a journeyman with a gas fitter or whatever. So I did the roster basic, kind of, that's why I didn't have no mistake the first time. But then I got my daughter involved and started helping with the roster. So, so what we did in the process now is we go through, we make a sign-in sheet of everything. Once I do the sign-in sheet on the roster, we double check right then and there. I do a roll call, make sure all the numbers are there. Make sure I have everything listed. My daughter goes and checks with the plumbing board website. If they say they have a gas fitter license that is not updated, we double check again to see what, maybe like last year, they just never renewed it. We get the license, we make it all clean. In 2 days, my daughter's sitting there with the roster saying, check, survey, it's all good. We double checked it 2 or 3 times to make sure it's good. Because I wasn't double checking her work. I was just assuming that was done, and then I would just send the email. And that was proper on my part. So again, sorry for that inconvenience. Actually, you have warned me before, and it's resolved. You will not see me here again, because it's a serious matter. Any name is important, and I don't want to lose, have them lose any time or have any complaints against me. Any questions?
Does the board, I have a question on legal, does the board have the authority to assess a fine to a CPE provider?
They do not. What the board has the authority to do is restrict them as being a provider, yes. So no fine, but you would be able, the board could authorize a warning and then have that penalty or however the board chooses, but there are no fines.
And this is Kevin's first time before the board, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I'll move we just issue a warning. I mean,
Well, okay, suppose it happens again, what we're gonna do?
well, cross that bridge when we get there. It depends on how severe it might be, in my opinion. I mean, if it's one mistake with one person on one roster.
I'm just wondering what we're gonna,
But I mean, if this is a repeat occurrence, I would either, suspend or revoke privileges.
Look, if I could make a substitute motion, since he has been warned before, that we issue an official warning, and if it occurs again, that he's suspended for 1 year.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, Kevin, let's not see you again. Well, except for to visit.
Or be a part of it.
I just have a comment, you'll know that I do. I know that the money doesn't seem like a lot and the time, Kevin, but, when you're in the middle of renewal season and there's, 85 to 100 people that we're having to renewal season stops. It completely comes to a halt and we are trying to figure out these rosters. I have cities calling me saying, he has a job, there's a lot of things on the line, and ultimately, my goal always is legal liability. That's always,
And to answer that, we had a class that had 100 people on December 23rd, 2 days before Christmas, and we attended the roster, but everybody was sending their applications before even the roster had the 7 days set up on that.
I can tell you, you would never be, you have 10 days legally.
Yeah.
I would never, we don't turn
We just
anyone
hold on,
in
yeah.
for less than 10 days.
Yeah.
Once it's past 10 days, that's when it becomes an issue. That's roughly 10 days, generally turns into 2 weeks. I know it's a little shy, but it generally turns into 2 weeks. We process licenses within 2 weeks. That's what we swear upon. So that is the issue, and, you know, I appreciate you correcting, the matter.
Well, actually, furthermore, that guy that gets that note back that cannabis plumbers don't have licenses because of paperwork go through the roof.
And ultimately, you know, it's our board that's taking the hit for that, because we're denying them licensure. You know, so it's important that, you know.
Yeah, once again, you look like the people that.
Yeah.
And Kevin, it sounded like you were overwhelmed, but in the words of Clint Eastwood, a man's got to know his limitation.
Well, that's why, like I said, that's what, yeah, hey, I understand, and like I said, we've resolved the problem.
Okay.
The check is in the mail. I think, we're 3 for 3 right now.
All right.
Imagine have a good bad average this year.
Remember, 10 days.
Huh?
I
Oh,
said
it's 2
remember,
days now.
All right.
It's on the way.
Okay, Enforcement Task Force, we want to add an additional member, we want to add an advisory board member to that
We
task.
did that earlier.
Yeah, I saw it said we did, so that's who that was,
And
okay.
you have other advisory board members in jurisdictions where, around the state where you need to go.
Right, exactly, okay, so that's what we took.
So we're gonna keep the advisory board member that we have on the enforcement task force currently.
Michael, yeah,
Okay.
Michael Ellis.
And we're not going to add.
It's gonna be the official representative in others, in other areas of the state, rather than, you know, with this necessary for the other areas. The advisory board member in that area will fill in for him.
Yes, sir.
Actually, and it does, and this does reflect on the plumbing board, that's why I'm saying it. You and I spoke to about one person that was causing some issues in New Orleans,
Yes, is that something that we?
well, you know, I'm pretty much,
Well,
I think well, we can discuss it, but that's not, I mean, no, he's not on this committee, though.
yes, he is.
He is?
Yes, he is.
Well, I think we ought to address it, yeah.
Okay, so, you all, you moved to add, Joe Monahan, to the enforcement, committee. I have spoken to, and Joe's a real nice guy, but we're not here to discuss what our personalities are. I know that all of you are aware that he has kind of taken initiative, to follow people in New Orleans, to try and enforce our rules. While we appreciate the help, it is starting to appear more that he is an extension of the state plumbing board that puts us at risk. I know that our last Zoom meeting, we let him know that he needs to, on his own, do what he wants. The problem is that we put him on a committee now, and it's becoming a growing problem. Jay Arnold down in New Orleans contacted me and said that he is, you know, basically beating down their doors, stating that they need to enforce licensure. We all know that your city inspectors do not enforce licensure. We would love for them to do it, but legally, you know, they're constrained as well. Are we saying that the things that he is stating are not true? Absolutely not. We know that things happen, but the board does need to address him specifically. Otherwise, I think you're leaving, you know, our board wide open for something potentially, you know, grave, I hate to say, to happen.
So would it be the board's pleasure maybe to send him a letter of some kind or something, or reach out to him by phone, or?
So he's on a committee?
He's on the task force, we put him on the task force. And basically, it's kind of harassing.
Mike can probably, I think Mike, do you have something to add?
Like I said, basically, when it was probably 2 meetings ago, 3 meetings ago, when they came and done it. And originally what it was looking for was to get a flood generated type of deal. We brought this up in the other one, where they would send it out, you know, type of deal as far as, you know, what your obligations are as a master plumber. You're supposed to be doing the work, not, you know, putting the license out there for a journeyman to go ahead and do the job when you just file it. And he's been staying in every supply house. And when a guy pulls up at the supply house and they don't have a name or nothing on the truck, he washes it, goes to the job site, and checks that address and finds out who filed the job. And somebody else is not doing it. So he's, like Ashley said, it's a little bit of vigilante justice or whatever. So, I mean, he is gung-ho about it, he is, it is hard.
So he's not wrong, it's just.
He's not wrong, it's just, maybe he's a little bit too overboard.
Has he represented himself as representing the
He
state plumbing board?
has not
He hasn't,
represented
no.
himself as being an employee of the state plumbing board. The problem is that he is not an enforcement officer that's educated to make those types of decisions. First of all,
Well, what
regardless of
decisions is he making?
Well, he's telling me, buying supplies is not illegal.
Yeah.
We know what their intent is, but legally, you can't tell someone you cannot do that.
But okay, so I understand his question. Here's the real issue. Is he using his position as being on that task force? Is he saying, I'm a
Right.
member of the task force
Right.
and blah, blah, blah?
To my
Because,
knowledge, he's not, but like you said, he is actually trying to see their great tickets that it says Joe's Plumbing, and Joe Plum is not a plumber, you know, because you gotta give a name when you go to the
but I mean,
supply
we
house.
can't
type of
control his individual
We
conduct,
can't.
even if we don't think it's a wise
But-
move and somebody's gonna pull a gun out and
We-
shoot him, it's what's gonna happen. I kind of agree with Terry. Maybe the approach is to send him a letter and say, we know you have a specific interest in this. We just want to be very clear that you cannot represent that you're on the task force and use that in any way in whatever private matters you're pursuing to ensure whether people are operating within whatever framework you think they should be operating. Because we can't tell someone on their own they can't engage in conduct. We don't have the right to do that. But what we have to be clear about is that if we get a report that you're doing that, you will be removed from the task force.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the problem. We don't want him. We can't keep, look, this guy's got his vigilante justice mindset. He's gonna follow people around. That's what he's doing. We all heard him say that. That's what he's doing.
Right.
Do you write him an official, I mean, he sits on a committee. That would seem odd to me to send him a
Okay,
letter.
well, there's a, who's
Write- I think what you need to do is write a letter of what their expectations are, and somebody needs to visit with him and discuss it.
Yeah.
And have him sign off on it, that, you know,
Mike?
he understands what's going on.
You have to write the letter to protect yourself legally.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it shouldn't be mailed to him. It
No, it
should
should
be,
be
somebody should bring it to him and say,
discuss
look,
with him.
you need to understand, you can't go out there and say, I'm a task force member, and I'm doing this on behalf of anybody. I think that's how you
You
might
do it
want
for
to do it.
everyone, that way.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, do it for the whole committee.
There's only 2 other people on the committee, so the letter part would be fine. It's either that or you just abolish that committee and rename it something else.
You could just send, you could grab all of
Either
them.
like Terry or Ricky, because Ricky's basically the chairman of the committee, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So either Terry or Ricky needs to visit with him and say, this is our expectation from this committee that you're part of, you know, what you're expected to do and how you're expected to represent yourself, and we've got to sign off on it.
And this is what you're not allowed to
And
do.
what
You're not allowed to do these things. You're not allowed to represent that your personal conduct or your personal activities are in some way on behalf of the committee or on behalf of the
Half
board.
of the state plumbing board. You're not to
Is there a
represent
problem with that,
yourself.
Ashley?
No, I just want to make sure that we are clear and all understand that the only purpose of that committee was it's the advisory board's purpose to help inform.
What it was, he came in saying there was a bunch of people buying permits from people. That's And that's what, how it all got started.
And we said, you know what, since you want to help, we're going to put together this enforcement task force that will send a letter to all master plumbers and master gas fitters. That letter, we pulled because of legislative session. So after this letter is sent, there's the committee's need is no longer there. So another option, like Mike said, is, you know, deciding that we're not sending the letter and rename another committee to help advise with enforcement. But your advisory board is supposed to be doing that.
So what you're saying is the purpose of the committee is done, so,
It's
or the
done,
task
correct.
force.
Yes.
So should the task force just be disbanded and solve all these problems?
Well, sorry, just got one. Has he filed any complaints against anybody that we've investigated?
He just started, so he sent over 7 names of companies, and I responded to that email because Ricky said, listen, you can't chase people around, okay? And as far as what he's telling people in the field, he's not. But apparently when he talked to Jay Arnold, who is a representative in the city, he said that he sat on this committee. That's how Jay knew to contact me.
Have you contacted the enforcement officer in that area?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And should be reporting everything to him.
How I responded, I asked him, okay, we can't just pull, he wanted me to pull every permit that these 7 companies have ever done. You know, every permit in the last 6 months. I told him that, you know, we do have other investigations. You know, you heard the number of citations. That's over 500 citations that were written. So we don't have the force, and I think your advisory board's going to look into more of that for enforcement, but you don't have the force just to pull every permit. I explained to him that we are not police officers, okay? I think we all need, you don't pick up the phone and call 911 and the enforcement officer is going to go, that's not what we do. We investigate.
Well, in all fairness, in the last board meeting I recall, Ricky did tell him to call an enforcement officer if he's on the job with an unlicensed person.
So he didn't call them, oh, you're saying Ricky told who that, I'm sorry. So he didn't call, he sent an email to me, am I lost, sent an email to me with 7 contractors, in which I told him, I can't just go and pull every permit. Where did you see them doing, you know, I need more information. So I had Ashley send him a document to help him. It's a complaint form to help guide him on the types of information that we need. Because we cannot just act on, I know that this person prostitutes their license. You have to have some type of evidence behind that to investigate, for them to put their time into it. So I don't know if Joe Monahan has contacted personally any.
To my knowledge, he hadn't contacted any enforcement officer.
Did we name Ricky the chair?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't we give him what we were discussing about what the, you know, responsibilities are and have him meet with Joe. They both live in New Orleans area.
But the original task force was to develop this letter correspondence. It has been done. Now, you were saying earlier, maybe a little bit of wordsmithing and then kind of revised it a little bit because you thought it was a bit harsh or something.
Well, I am a little bit harsh.
But anyway, it needs to be revised a little bit. Maybe that needs to be done to come up with a document that is appropriate. And then that's done, then the task force is dissolved, and anything else filters out to the advisory board. That would be the appropriate thing.
Well, let me just say, why don't we wait and get an update from Ricky? I mean, he's not here to let us know what's the status is with the task force.
Well, I talked to him. There is no update. I mean, we haven't met. We decided there were 2 two things that the task force needed to do. One, create the letter to send to all master plumbers, master gas fitters, and two, find out the cost for a hotline. We determined that we don't have someone to sit and answer a hotline call all day, every day. If that's something the board wishes to do, they're gonna have to bring an additional person to do that.
There is a way to submit a complaint on our website?
Yes.
Okay.
So they can fax, email, we do have to have something in writing. I mean, we can't investigate just an anonymous call, out of nowhere. So fax, email, we'll take it through the mail. We have a complaint form online. Yes, sir, yes.
So is there a reason for the task force to continue, or is their work complete?
That's up to you. That's up to whatever, we can do whatever you guys want.
I would say we wait and hear from the task force chairman and just get his recommendation and then move on that.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that a motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, let's do that. Okay. New building committee, I've asked Trey to chair. When we bought this building, we were we were getting kicked out of our other building, we were in a rush, and this building doesn't really accommodate us very well. If you stay here, I'm gonna request we start wearing shorts.
Should have moved to G-shirt.
Should put that in your number one.
Anyway, look, and there's no hurry or anything, but I think it would benefit us, things in this area, things in industrial plex sell, and so it's not like there's not a market for buildings in this area. And I just think it would benefit us to start looking at options. And there's no kind of rush or anything else, but we've got time and I think we start looking at options and creating something that's I don't know, that's worthy of the plumbing board. I don't know how else to put it. This is it's a nice looking shed, but it's a shed. And I think we can, I'm kind of blunt, I'm sorry.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think we ought to have something we can be proud of. And we're not in a hurry, and I'd like for Trey to chair and I'd like for him to have somebody, for him to pick or somebody volunteer or whatever to be on the committee with him and get the ball rolling.
We honored to do it.
Do I need a motion for that, or? Okay, do I?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor? And I think Jake said.
Did we get Ricky on that? Because he's not here.
That's why we did.
You got a couple of them that's out. Look, you got a bunch of committees.
That's why we did it. That's why we did it when Ricky wasn't here.
Larry said he's tired of retirement, right?
Tired of retirement?
Tired of retirement, yes.
No, I'm retired.
I'm happy to sit on there if you like.
Okay, well, good. There you go.
Jake said that he is tired.
Okay. All right,
I'm not far.
legislative committee, Ashley.
Okay, just in short, a request, as you know, we had roughly, I'm fudging the numbers, between 75 and 80 new representatives and senators. I have built a good relationship. Terry and I spent some time at the Capitol. I want to make sure that the board understands that I am legally obligated for information only. That does not mean that I will not put a white card in for it. They will hear my name and see my face for every bill possible. And thank you so much, Terry, for being there. And PHTC, had some representatives there, and I'm very blessed for that. But the point of the matter is, we know what we're facing. This is not a new conversation. I am requesting that the board seriously consider putting together people who are committed, number one, to being able to be there for legislative session, that know how the process works. And also, we need to, I'm only one person. They need to see us every year in droves, okay? We need a group put together, and that group, their first task really needs to out in short to all of the representatives and senators on behalf of the